This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. Unsettling silence. That is the first thing I remember about that evening. I left work later than usual, around dusk. The sun had just slipped below the horizon, and the sky held a faint orange glow. The streets felt emptier than normal. Traffic sounded distant instead of constant, and I noticed fewer people walking on the sidewalks. My legs felt stiff from sitting at a desk all day, so I decided to walk home for some exercise. I gripped my bag's strap and started my usual route, following a street that stretched between rows of old buildings and small shops with their signs turned off. As I moved along, I heard my own footsteps tapping on the sidewalk. They echoed more than usual. I thought about stopping to check the time on my phone, but something about the quiet street made me keep going. My breathing felt normal at that point, and I told myself I was just imagining the unusual hush. After about 2 blocks, I saw a car parked close to the curb. Its windows were tinted, and the headlights were off. I glanced at it but kept walking. I felt a twinge of unease when I noticed a driver inside. He appeared to be looking in my direction, but I couldn't see his face clearly through the glass. There was no obvious movement from his hands or any sign that he planned to call out to me. I told myself he was probably waiting for someone or checking his phone. I passed by without slowing down, trying not to stare. My palms felt a bit clammy, so I shifted my bag to my other shoulder. About a minute later, I sneaked a quick look over my shoulder and saw the car still there. The driver hadn't moved. No engine sounds. It could have been nothing, but my shoulders tensed for a moment. I inhaled and exhaled slowly. Then I forced myself to focus on the sidewalk ahead. I continued walking. At each corner, I took a casual glance around. The buildings loomed above me with most of their windows dark. Only a few store signs glowed from inside empty shops. My heartbeat stayed steady, but I felt a slight pressure in my chest. I told myself to calm down. I had been in this neighborhood many times. Then, at the next intersection, I saw a similar car parked on the opposite side of the street. I paused to confirm if it was truly the same one. I couldn't be 100% sure, but the tinted windows and the shape of the sedan matched. My stomach clenched. My immediate thought was, is this person following me? My eyes darted around, checking if there were any bystanders. I saw only 2 people across the street. They were walking at a quick pace, not looking in my direction. I decided to keep walking, but I changed my route. I turned onto a smaller street lined with closed storefronts. My plan was to lose the car, even if it meant taking a longer path. My steps quickened, and I noticed my breathing getting sharper. I looked down at my phone, thinking I might call someone, but I hesitated. I didn't want to seem paranoid. As I went further down the smaller street, I glanced behind me. No car followed. I felt a hint of relief. My shoulders dropped a bit, and I tried to focus on the next few blocks. Then, near the corner, I spotted that same vehicle parked under a broken street lamp. Its silhouette blended with the shadows. I stopped in my tracks for a few seconds, trying to decide if I should turn back, call for help, or keep going. My heart pounded. My thoughts raced. I felt a wave of dryness in my mouth, so I swallowed hard. I decided to keep moving, but stuck closer to the edge of the sidewalk, near a fence. I wanted some distance if the driver decided to open his door or start the engine. My body felt tense. Each step seemed louder in my ears. I couldn't hear any voices or cars passing by. My mind replayed possibilities. Maybe he was just making random stops, or maybe he was waiting for someone who lived in the area. Then another possibility crept in. Maybe he had an interest in me. At the end of that block, I noticed an open cafe. The lights were bright, and I saw a few people sitting inside. I took a sharp turn and walked straight in. Immediately, a blast of warm air hit me, along with the smell of coffee. I exhaled, relieved to see a place with other people. A young woman behind the counter greeted me, and I asked for a small coffee. I sat near the window so I could keep an eye on the street. From my seat, I lifted the paper cup and took a sip. My hands shook a little. I shifted my gaze toward the glass. A few moments later, I saw the car drive by at a slow pace. Its headlights remained off. The driver didn't stop. He just crawled past, as if scanning the sidewalk. My stomach churned. I looked at the barista, wondering if I should mention it. But then I realized how odd it would sound. I think a car is following me, but I'm not sure. I felt a rush of anxiety and tried to breathe through it. I listened to the low chatter in the cafe and the coffee machine hissing. The background sounds offered a bit of comfort. After I finished my coffee, I stayed for another 5 minutes, pretending to scroll through my phone. I didn't see the car pass again. My pulse started to slow. I reasoned that maybe I was overreacting. Still, I remembered how I had seen that car at least 3 times. I didn't want to let my guard down. I finally mustered the courage to leave the cafe. The wind outside felt cold on my face. I zipped up my jacket and clutched my bag against my body. I glanced both ways along the street. No sign of the car. A thin layer of tension remained in my chest, but I told myself to keep going and get home. I picked up my pace. The next few blocks were mostly residential. A few porch lights glowed, and I heard a dog barking from somewhere behind a tall fence. My feet moved faster than usual, and my legs felt tight. My breath came in shorter bursts. Each time I passed a parked car, I checked if someone was inside. None of them looked occupied. Then I turned onto my street. Relief flooded me because my apartment building was only 2 blocks away. I hurried along the sidewalk, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. I almost expected that car to appear out of nowhere, but it didn't. When I reached my building's door, I fumbled for my key. My hands trembled, and I felt a sheen of sweat on my forehead. I opened the door, stepped inside, and let it swing shut behind me. I locked it at once. Then I stood in the hallway, letting my breathing regulate. My heart thudded in my chest as if I had run a mile. I walked upstairs to my apartment, locked my door, and checked each room out of habit. Everything seemed normal. The lights were off, and I could see the familiar furniture. I switched on a lamp in the living room and then went to the window. I peered down at the street below, searching for that car. Traffic looked sparse. A few vehicles passed, but I didn't see the tinted windows or the same model. I waited a couple of minutes, my eyes scanning every detail. Still no sign of it. I pulled the blinds down and leaned against the wall. My chest still felt tight, and I realized I was squeezing my phone. My mouth was dry again, so I went to the kitchen for a glass of water. As I drank, I felt slight tremors in my hands. I set the glass in the sink, noticing how quiet my apartment felt. I told myself I was safe now. The locked door and the building's security made me feel better, but a coil of worry remained in my head. I pictured the car. The driver's face had been too shadowy to see. I wondered if he had watched me from behind tinted glass. My scalp tingled as I remembered how he reappeared each time I thought I had escaped. For about an hour, I paced around my living room, peeking through the blinds every so often. The streetlights reflected on the damp pavement. I saw no suspicious vehicles. Eventually, I tried to focus on something else. I turned on the TV for background noise. I realized how tense my shoulders were, so I did small stretches to relax. I managed to eat a quick dinner, though I had little appetite. I tried to push the incident out of my mind, telling myself it was probably a series of coincidences, but my body refused to settle. My neck felt stiff, and my head ached. I decided to take a hot shower, hoping the steam would help. Under the water, I kept replaying the moment I first saw the car. The memory made my stomach twist. My mind kept shooting back to the image of him cruising past the cafe, almost gliding by without headlights. After I got out of the shower, I dried myself quickly and went to the window once more, wearing my bathrobe. The road below looked calm. A few distant headlights passed, but none lingered. I turned off the living room lamp, leaving only a small light in the kitchen. I double-checked the locks on my door, then dragged a chair near it. It felt silly, but I wanted an extra barrier. My breathing was steady, but I noticed my heart still felt heavy. I tried to distract myself with a book. Every few pages my thoughts drifted. My ears tuned into every noise from the hallway. I listened for footsteps or the elevator. I heard nothing except my own steady breathing. Eventually, the fatigue from the day took over. I climbed into bed, turned off the bedside lamp, and stared at the shadows on the ceiling. My thoughts remained restless. I replayed the route, the corners, the alternate streets I took. I wondered if I had missed a better option. I also wondered if I should have taken a cab right away. The tension in my body stayed, though my eyelids felt heavy. By the next morning, the sense of fear had faded a little, but I still felt on edge. I checked outside from my window as soon as I got up. The street looked normal. A few neighbors were leaving for work. The early sunlight didn't show me any suspicious cars. I took a deep breath, got dressed, and tried to go about my day. But as I left my apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling of being more alert. I glanced around before I stepped outside, as though expecting that car to be there. That was the night I learned how unsettling a silent presence can be. There was no confrontation, no direct threat. It was just a car that shouldn't have been in certain places at certain times, and a driver I never saw clearly. But the effect on me was enough to make my heart hammer and my thoughts race. Even now, I still remember the moment I walked into that cafe, looking over my shoulder, half expecting the driver to follow me inside. I remember the way my stomach flipped when I saw him drive by. That fear stuck with me in ways I never expected. I haven't seen that car since, but the memory remains. I always glance around at parked vehicles now. I pay more attention to headlights, tinted windows, and slow-moving cars. Most times, there's nothing to worry about. But once in a while I get a flash of nervousness, and my body tenses up, reminding me that even a quiet street can hold an edge of danger when the wrong person appears. Sudden quiet. That was the first thing I noticed after walking out of the stadium. A few minutes earlier, I had been surrounded by cheering crowds and loud announcements. Once the event ended, people hurried off in every direction, and the noise faded. I saw groups streaming toward buses, cabs, or nearby parking lots. I decided to walk a bit, hoping the next bus stop would be less crowded, or that I might find a cheaper ride-share option. My shoes felt tight from standing, so I loosened the laces as I moved along the sidewalk. My jacket's zipper was halfway down because the stadium had been warm, but the night air felt colder out here. The streetlights threw weak pools of light on the concrete. Some fans in jerseys walked ahead of me, talking among themselves, but they soon turned onto a cross street. I realized I was mostly alone now, with only distant chatter behind me. I checked my phone to see if I had enough signal to call a car. The connection was spotty. The app wasn't loading properly. I sighed and pushed the phone back into my pocket. I looked around for a more lit area or a place to take shelter until I could call a ride. Across the street, I saw a row of closed shops, their metal shutters down. Next to them stood a few older buildings, windows dark. I kept moving, trying not to appear nervous. My eyes swept the area, checking who was around. I saw a man standing on the corner, leaning against a lamppost. He wore a dark jacket and kept his head tilted down. At first, I thought he might just be resting or waiting for someone, but I noticed he was staring in my direction as I approached the intersection. I gripped my bag tighter. I crossed the street at a normal pace, pretending I didn't see him. My pulse quickened a bit, and I felt a light sweat on my palms. He didn't speak. He just watched me. When I stepped onto the sidewalk, I glanced behind me. He had started walking too, keeping about half a block's distance. My gut tightened. I tried not to panic. Maybe he was just heading the same way. I decided to keep going, acting casual, but I picked up my speed slightly. I passed a small pizza place that had just closed. The lights inside were off, and a worker locked the front door. I thought about waiting there, but I felt awkward stopping right in front of a locked shop. I glanced back again. The man slowed down when I slowed down. I could sense he was matching my pace. That made me nervous enough that I started looking for a busier spot. My heart thudded as I continued, scanning for any open store or a taxi. The sidewalk stretched toward a dimly lit intersection. A sign ahead read, 24-hour mini market. I could see a dull fluorescent glow through its windows. I decided that was my best bet. I hurried forward, hoping the man wouldn't follow me inside. As I reached the entrance, I glanced to the side. He was still there, not too far behind, walking slowly. I felt a chill crawl up my neck. I opened the door and slipped in. The overhead lights felt harsh, and the sudden warmth hit my face. The place was small, with 2 aisles and a checkout counter at the front. A single employee stood behind the cash register. He looked bored, like he'd been staring at the same phone screen for hours. I stepped around the first aisle, grabbing a cold soda from the refrigerated section. My hand shook slightly when I pulled the can out. I took a second to steady my breathing. Then I moved toward the window, peeking through a gap in the advertisements taped to the glass. My stomach dropped when I saw the man across the street, leaning against a parked car. He wasn't looking directly at me now, but his posture felt tense. He pulled a cap down low over his forehead. I walked to the counter, placed my soda there, and paid. The employee didn't seem interested in conversation. I nodded my thanks and stepped aside, pretending to look at a small stand of magazines. My mind raced. Should I talk to the employee? Call the police? My phone's signal might be better now, but was I overreacting? The man hadn't said anything or made a direct threat. Still, my gut told me something was off. After a few minutes, I peeked outside again. The man was still there, but he had moved a few steps farther away from the mini-market's window. He seemed to be looking at his phone, or at least pretending to. The tension in my chest built up, and I could feel my heart pounding. I decided to wait inside for a few more minutes. The clerk glanced at me once, possibly wondering why I was lingering. I sipped my soda, though my throat felt dry. My ears picked up the hum of the store's cooler and the distant buzz from the lights overhead. Outside, the light drizzle that had started earlier began to tap on the pavement. The man took a few steps toward a nearby mailbox, then stopped. My thoughts raced. If I leave now, will he come after me? If he's just a random guy, I'm going to feel ridiculous for worrying. But I couldn't shake the sense of unease. My pulse fluttered. I watched him from behind the store's posters. His body language showed no rush. He stood there, occasionally shifting his weight from one foot to the other, like he had nowhere else to be. I decided to exit through the side door at the back if the store had one. I walked carefully toward the back aisle. My shoes squeaked on the floor. A dull beep sounded from the freezer section. I scanned for a rear exit sign. I saw a small door with staff only in red letters, but it didn't appear to be a public exit. My shoulders sagged. That meant my best option was the front door. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. My heart thumped against my ribs. I pulled out my phone, saw one bar of signal, and tried calling a ride. The app loaded slowly, but it seemed like it might work. I put in the location and requested a driver, praying it wouldn't take too long. The estimate showed 6 minutes away. I felt my stomach churn. That was too long to stand on the street if the man was waiting. Still, I couldn't wait inside forever. I forced myself to go out, hoping the presence of other people might deter him from doing anything. The clerk gave me a small nod as I passed. The door chimed when I pushed it open. Outside, the drizzle felt colder than I expected, soaking through my jacket's shoulders. I held my phone in one hand, ready to cancel the ride or call someone if needed. I tried to appear casual, but kept my head turned slightly so I could see what the man did. He was there, across the street, not moving. I could feel an ache building in my temples from the tension. I walked about 20 steps to an area under a street lamp. Its light flickered a bit, but at least I wasn't in complete darkness. I checked the app. My driver was now 4 minutes away. I heard footsteps behind me. My spine stiffened, and a small spike of adrenaline hit my chest. I slowly turned my head. The man had crossed the street and stood about 15 feet away, staring. My mouth went dry, and my breathing got shallow. I looked around for anyone else. Nobody. The sidewalk was empty in both directions. Only the mini-market glowed behind me. My hands trembled. I swallowed and forced out a question. "Do you need something?" My voice came out smaller than I intended. The man didn't respond. He shifted on his feet, his eyes visible under the cap. They locked on me for a second. Then he looked at my phone. I repeated more firmly, "Hey, is there a problem?" No answer. My heart hammered so hard that my chest felt tight. I stepped back a little, feeling the drizzle run down my face. My phone beeped, showing me the driver was 3 minutes away. The man tilted his head, looking like he was about to speak, but he stayed silent. I felt a rush of heat despite the cold. My scalp tingled. I took another step backward. He matched that move by stepping forward. My limbs felt tense, ready to run if needed. My mind flashed images of me sprinting back into the mini-market or running down the street. But I also knew my ride was close. Maybe I could hold out. My breathing grew faster, and I clenched my jaw. Suddenly, the man turned and walked away, heading toward the corner. He kept his pace slow. I stood there, feeling my heart thud, unable to move for a moment. After he disappeared around the bend, I let out a shaky breath. I didn't know if he was gone for good or waiting around the corner. I checked my phone again. 2 minutes until the driver arrived. I stayed near the lamp, scanning every corner. My eyes darted to the mini-market's door. Should I go back in? I decided to wait, though my knees felt weak. The drizzle started turning into a slight rain, pelting my jacket. I could feel cold drops sliding down my neck. A white sedan approached, pulling up to the curb. The rideshare logo glowed on the windshield. Relief flooded through me. I rushed over, yanked open the door, and slid into the back seat. I shut the door and locked it. My voice shook a bit as I gave the driver my destination. He nodded and started driving. I glanced through the rear window, half expecting to see the man appear. The street remained empty. My breathing was still shallow. The driver asked if I was okay. I must have looked tense or pale. I just nodded, not sure how to explain everything. I stared at my phone, noticing my reflection in the screen. My hair was damp and my face looked drawn. The car ride felt long, though it was only about 10 minutes. My heartbeat gradually slowed, and the warmth from the vents soothed me a little. I still craned my neck to see if any car was following us. Each time we passed a parked vehicle, I tensed, but there was no sign of that man. When we finally reached my destination, I thanked the driver and stepped out. I scanned the area before walking to my front door. The walkway was well lit, and I didn't see any strange figures or hear any footsteps. Once inside, I locked the door and stood there for a moment, letting the relief wash over me. My shoulders ached from being so tense. I tossed my keys on the kitchen counter and tried to process the experience. There wasn't any physical attack or outright threat. The fear came from the silent, persistent way that man had followed me. My hands shook when I poured myself a glass of water. The seriousness of it all sank in. I realized I had been alone on a quiet street with someone who clearly had no normal reason to track my movements. My stomach twisted again when I remembered how he mirrored each change of pace I made. I spent the rest of the night double-checking my locks and looking out the window. Sleep came late, and I kept replaying the moment when I stepped out of the mini-market. In my head, I heard my footsteps, slow and hesitant, and saw the man drifting closer in the drizzle. Each time I revisited that image, a pulse of dread went through me. I told myself it was over, but the memory stayed vivid. The next morning I felt drained. I dragged myself out of bed, my body stiff, my mind still on edge. Even though the sun was up, I peered outside carefully, looking for any sign of him. Nothing suspicious stood out, but my nerves remained frayed. I realized how easily a simple walk in the city could turn into a tense, unpredictable situation. That was how it happened. No screaming or chasing, just a man who chose to follow me through silent streets, ignoring my attempts to communicate. A single presence in the darkness was enough to make my breath catch and my heart race. I never did see him again, but I can't forget how he lingered outside that mini-market, crossing the street when I did, moving in step with me. It was as if he knew exactly how to unsettle me without saying a word. Expected chill. That was my first sensation when I opened the door one early winter morning. The cold air pricked my face, and the snow on the ground almost blinded me with its brightness. I had moved to this isolated property a few months before, hoping for peace. The land stretched around the house, and I enjoyed the quiet most days. That morning, however, my eyes caught something unusual in the snow. I froze for a moment, trying to make sense of it. Footprints circled the side of my house. They didn't look fresh, but they were clear enough to notice. I stood on the porch, one gloved hand gripping the door frame, the other shielding my eyes from the glare. My breath came out in clouds, and I could hear my heart thumping under my coat. I stepped carefully off the porch and moved toward the prints. The snow crunched beneath my boots, loud in the still air. The footprints extended from near my bedroom window around to the back. They weren't spaced like someone had run. They seemed to meander. I followed them with my eyes first. I saw they looped around the far corner of the house, close to the utility box. A chill that didn't come from the temperature ran up my spine. My bedroom was on that side. Somebody had walked right under the windows while I slept. I let out a shaky breath and forced myself to walk closer. My boots sank into the drifts, and I shivered. The footprints were about the size of a normal adult's. The pattern suggested heavier footwear, maybe a pair of boots. I crouched down to examine one print. It looked a bit melted, meaning it was probably made hours earlier, maybe in the middle of the night. I felt a knot in my stomach. Why would anyone walk around my house at that hour? I forced myself to keep going, tracking the path. My throat felt dry and my heartbeat fluttered. Around the back, the footprints seemed to stop in a random spot. Beyond that point, there was no trail leading away. I looked around, searching for any sign of direction. It was as if the person had disappeared. The pristine snow stretched all around, unmarked except for these footprints circling my home. I felt uneasy. I scanned the open land, the bare trees in the distance, and the slope that led down to a narrow road. The sky was clear, but it offered no clues. The footprints just vanished. I glanced back at the house. My breath caught when I noticed how close the tracks had been to the windows. It was like someone had tried to peek inside. I decided to head back to the house to warm up and think. My limbs felt stiff from cold and tension. I stomped snow off my boots on the porch, then went inside. Once the door was shut, I leaned against it, exhaling slowly. My mind raced. Should I call someone? The local police? A neighbor? I realized I didn't really know any neighbors well because of how sparse the houses were around here. The closest property was a few miles down the main road. I removed my coat and boots, then walked into the kitchen. My feet made a slight creaking on the floor, and the heater hummed quietly. I poured a cup of coffee, my hands shaking a bit as I lifted the mug. I thought about the footprints. No sign of forced entry, no broken windows, no footprints leading away. Who would walk around someone's home in the middle of a cold night? The coffee's warmth steadied me a bit. I stepped to the window above the sink and looked out. The snow reflected the morning light. My eyes kept darting to the spots where the footprints had been. The tracks were still visible, a stark pattern in the white. I swallowed hard. I pictured someone standing out there near my window while I slept. My chest felt tight. I locked the back door and checked the front door, even though I usually kept it locked. I made sure the windows were secured as well. Everything seemed fine. Nothing was damaged, just the footprints. I thought about calling a friend who lived in the next town, but I hesitated. What would I say? That footprints showed up outside and then vanished. There was no proof of wrongdoing. Still, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that someone had been watching. That night, I tried to keep my routine. I ate a small dinner, tidied the living room, and turned on the TV for background noise. My attention drifted, and I kept looking at the windows. The curtains were drawn, but I imagined a silhouette standing just outside, listening or watching. My heart pounded each time I thought I heard something. Usually it was just the wind or the house settling, but every slight creak made my muscles tighten. When it was time to sleep, I hesitated near the light switch. I ended up leaving a small lamp on in the hallway. The house felt too dark and lonely otherwise. I crawled into bed and listened for sounds. Outside, the wind picked up, making a whistling noise at the corners of the windows. My breathing felt shallow, and I had to remind myself to relax. The blankets felt heavy, and I forced my eyes shut. The night passed without incident. In the morning, I woke up and immediately went to check outside. The snow had fallen lightly again, covering the old footprints. There were no new tracks. I felt a small surge of relief, though part of me wondered if that person would ever return. I got dressed and did my usual chores. The day went on, quiet and dull. By the time evening came, I felt my tension building again. Over the next few days, nothing happened. I tried to convince myself that the footprints had been a fluke. Maybe a traveler got lost or someone misread an address. But deep down, I couldn't fully relax. My mind kept returning to the fact that the tracks ended so abruptly. I peered out the windows often, expecting to see movement. About a week later, during an early morning check, I stepped onto the porch to grab some firewood. My boots slipped on a thin layer of ice. The air stung my lungs when I inhaled. As I bent to pick up the wood, I glanced at the snow. My stomach dropped. A new set of footprints marked the pristine surface near the edge of the yard, about 30 feet from the house. They led behind a small storage shed I rarely used. I froze, the piece of wood in my hand pressed against my chest. Someone had been here again. This time, I felt a sharper rush of fear. My hands trembled as I set the wood aside and stepped down from the porch. I didn't want to go too far from the house, but I needed to see if the footprints continued around the back. I followed them with my eyes, noticing they disappeared behind the shed. I took a cautious step forward, the snow crunching. My breathing turned shallow. I moved around the shed, hugging the side of it. The footprints continued for a few more yards, then stopped at a fence line near a cluster of bare trees. I spotted no sign of a car or a person. The fence was only waist-high, not enough to keep someone out. My entire body felt tense. My teeth began to chatter, partly from the cold, partly from the unease. I hurried back to the house and locked the door. I remember pressing my forehead against the wooden frame, trying to steady my breathing. I decided to call the local police station, even if they might just brush me off. I dialed the non-emergency line. A dispatcher answered in a bored tone. I explained that footprints had appeared around my property twice now. I mentioned that there was no sign of breaking in, but I felt threatened. The dispatcher told me they would send an officer if available. I felt both relieved and foolish, but I needed some peace of mind. It took about 2 hours before a patrol car arrived. A single officer stepped out, wearing a thick coat and gloves. He introduced himself and asked me to show him where I found the footprints. I walked him around the side of the house, then behind the shed. By then, the wind had blown some snow around, partially obscuring the tracks. He studied what remained of them, rubbing his chin. He mumbled that it could be a trespasser or just someone passing through. I reminded him how isolated my property was and that the footprints stopped abruptly, which made no sense. He nodded slowly, but I could tell he wasn't fully convinced there was something wrong. We walked back inside, and he asked if I had seen anyone or heard anything. I told him no, just the footprints. No sign of forced entry, no damage. The officer shrugged, saying they would patrol the area more often. I thanked him. My gut told me this was all he could do. After he left, I paced around the kitchen, uneasy. My heart still pounded with the thought that a stranger had come by more than once. I reminded myself to stay calm. I resolved to keep watch. I placed a chair near one of the front windows, leaving the curtains slightly open so I could see if anyone approached. I brought my phone charger and set it up on a side table. I felt somewhat ridiculous, but the tension in my chest didn't fade. That night, I barely slept. I sat by the window until well past midnight, occasionally flipping through channels on a small TV just for background noise. The wind outside howled, and shadows danced across the yard. Every so often, I'd stand to check the back window, half expecting to see a dark figure outside. My pulse quickened each time I imagined shapes moving in the darkness. Morning came, and I felt exhausted. My shoulders were tight, and my head hurt. I stepped outside, scanning the fresh snow. No footprints. I breathed out, relieved. But the relief felt fragile. Over the next few days, I tried to carry on with daily tasks, but my guard stayed up. Each time I took the trash out or collected firewood, I scanned the perimeter for new marks in the snow. I never did catch anyone. The footprints didn't reappear, at least not during that winter. My heart still jumped at small noises, and I made a habit of looking out the windows more often. I told a couple of friends about it. They said it was probably a drifter, or maybe a curious neighbor. But the distance between properties here is considerable. Nobody just happens to walk by, especially not in the middle of the night, with no trail leading away. Even though nothing worse happened, I couldn't shake the tension. I slept with one ear open, listening for any sign of movement outside. I double-checked the locks before bedtime. The memory of those footprints, circling the house and stopping so suddenly, stayed in my mind. Each time I pictured someone looming outside my windows, my chest tightened. Eventually the season shifted, and the snow melted. Grass appeared and the footprints were gone for good. But I didn't forget. That winter taught me how vulnerable it feels when you don't know who's watching or why. I still live here, though. I kept telling myself that if someone meant harm, they would have done more than leave footprints. That's what I hold on to whenever I glance around the yard. It's the only reassurance I have. Heavy silence. That was the first thing I noticed when I arrived at the old music building before dawn. I had come early because the forecast called for more snow, and I wanted to clear the walkways before any students or staff appeared. My job was straightforward: maintenance, small repairs, and basic upkeep. But that morning felt different. The corridors looked darker, and the stillness outside created a hollow feeling in my chest. I parked my car in the back lot, where a few street lamps cast weak circles of light. My breath made small clouds in the air as I stepped onto the fresh snow. My boots left crisp impressions behind me. I walked to the main entrance, key in hand. My fingers felt stiff from the cold. I glanced around and noticed only my own footprints. No one else had arrived yet. Inside, the building felt even quieter than usual. In the daytime, music students practiced in various rooms, and their sounds echoed through the halls. Now, I heard only the faint hum of the heating system. I flicked on a few hallway lights, placed my bag in a small storage closet, and changed into heavier work gloves. My plan was to clear the steps out front and then check if any walkways needed extra salt. As I headed back outside, I looked around the courtyard. The wind blew in gentle gusts, carrying fine snowflakes into the dimly lit corners. I started shoveling, lifting each scoop of snow and tossing it aside. My arms felt the strain, but I fell into a rhythm. The scrape of the shovel against concrete was the only noise. After a few minutes, I paused to catch my breath. That pause caused me to notice something out of place. Footprints in the snow that didn't match my own. They appeared on a path near the side of the building, heading toward a small area many people ignored. That section led to an old cemetery plot that had been there long before the school was built. The building's founders had left the grave site untouched out of respect for the original family who owned the land. I leaned on my shovel, squinting to see the footprints more clearly. They looked recent. They started at one edge of the courtyard, passed by a row of decorative bushes, and continued to the far gate. I set my shovel aside, feeling a surge of curiosity. The gate to the cemetery usually stayed locked at night, and hardly anyone visited it. The footprints looked like they had come from nowhere, leading in a direct line toward the locked gate. I took a few steps closer. The prints were a little larger than mine, spaced as if someone had taken slow, deliberate steps. My chest felt tight. The wind cut through my coat. I realized I had no reason to investigate further, but I couldn't help following the footprints with my eyes. They disappeared behind the fence. I exhaled, making a low cloud of vapor. Who would walk around here in the middle of the night? I glanced around for signs of another person. The parking lot was empty, except for my car and an old maintenance truck that belonged to the school. I saw no fresh tire tracks, no trace of anyone else. The only footprints in the front area were mine and this mysterious set. The air felt colder. I looked at my watch. It was still early. I figured I should check the gate just to confirm it was locked. I tossed the shovel back onto the sidewalk and began trudging through the snow toward the side yard. My boots sank a bit with each step. My breath grew uneven, partly from the effort of walking through drifts, partly from a growing sense of unease. When I reached the fence, I saw that the lock on the gate appeared intact. The footprints led straight up to the gate, but I saw no marks that indicated someone had climbed over or forced it open. The snow on top of the fence rail looked mostly undisturbed. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. I craned my neck to peer through the gate's bars. The small cemetery lay a short distance beyond, with a few ancient headstones blanketed in snow. Nothing seemed out of place inside, but I noticed more footprints just beyond the gate, as though they continued a few steps into the cemetery and then vanished. I tested the gate gently. It didn't budge. My gloved hand felt the cold metal. Everything suggested the gate had stayed locked all night. So how did someone leave footprints both outside and inside? I took a breath, trying to calm my nerves. My left hand tightened into a fist in my coat pocket. Perhaps a security guard had the key, though I doubted it. Or maybe the footprints didn't match up in the way I thought, and I was mixing up two separate sets of prints. I felt a twinge of frustration at my own discomfort. I decided to head back. My job wasn't to unravel mysteries. It was to clear the snow and make sure the building was in good shape. Still, a heaviness in my stomach lingered. I retraced my steps, noticing that the quiet felt heavier than before. The wind had calmed, and I heard only my crunching footsteps. I made it back to the shovel. I focused on clearing a safe path for students, trying not to obsess over the footprints. When I finished, I went inside, stomping snow off my boots. I walked the main hall, checking for any issues. I changed some overhead light bulbs that had gone out. I tightened a loose door handle. My usual tasks helped me forget about the footprints for a while. But every time I looked out a window, the thought came back. I saw my cleared walkways and those faint footprints leading off to the side. An hour later, the sun started to rise. A security guard arrived. He nodded at me as he entered. We rarely exchanged more than a quick greeting. I hesitated, then decided to mention the footprints. He listened, looking bored. He said he hadn't unlocked that cemetery gate for months and didn't know anyone who had. He shrugged, suggesting maybe someone hopped the fence, or that I was seeing old footprints partially covered by fresh snow. I thanked him and let it drop. Throughout the morning, a few staff members and one or two students trickled in. I heard them talking about canceled lessons due to the weather. No one mentioned the cemetery or anything unusual. By late morning, the building felt more alive. Soft piano music came from a practice room, and I heard the occasional violin screech from another hallway. My chest felt less tight with the normal sounds of the day. Still, I decided to check the side yard again after lunch. I walked out the same door, noticing how my earlier shovel work had held up. The footprints were still there, though somewhat blurred by the wind. I followed them with my eyes until they turned the corner toward the cemetery gate. I felt uneasy recalling that the prints seemed to continue inside. I forced myself to push away the thought. The rest of the day passed quietly. I replaced a broken light fixture in the basement and swept the main foyer. Near closing time, the security guard mentioned he would do a final walkthrough. I left about an hour before the building officially shut. The temperature had dropped again, and the wind picked up. Driving home, I kept thinking about those footprints, feeling that same knot in my stomach. The next day I arrived at my usual time. The sun was just rising, casting a grayish light over the parking lot. More snow had fallen overnight, but I still recognized the partial outline of footprints in that side area. They were faint now, but they followed the same path. This time, I didn't bother checking the gate. I wanted to focus on my job. As I worked, though, my mind returned to the footprints. Why would they lead to that small cemetery, then appear on the other side of a locked gate? A few colleagues teased me later when I casually asked if anyone had a key to the cemetery. They laughed, saying the place was creepy, but just an old relic. Nobody had a reason to go there. The maintenance supervisor shrugged, telling me to let it go. So I did, at least out loud. Inside, I couldn't shake that unsettled feeling. That night, I stuck around late to finish some tasks. The building felt empty after dark. Only a handful of security lights remained on. The hallways seemed longer and darker. I walked through them, double-checking the thermostats and turning off any leftover lights. I moved to a window in the back corridor, the one that overlooked the side yard. I peered out. The wind whipped the snow into small swirls. My eyes strained, but I couldn't see any footprints. The area was darker, so it was hard to be sure. I felt a chill even though the heating system was running. My throat felt dry, and I swallowed hard. Every creak in the building set me on edge. I kept imagining I'd see a figure outside, near the cemetery gate, standing still. That mental image gave me a wave of goosebumps on my arms. I told myself to get a grip and finish up. I walked to the supply closet, grabbed my coat, and headed for the exit. The large double doors at the front opened with a groan. A burst of cold air hit my face. I stepped out and locked up. The parking lot was nearly empty, just a few staff cars. The heavy silence returned. I turned up my collar and walked briskly to my vehicle. On the way, I couldn't resist looking toward the side yard again. The fence stood in partial darkness, with only a distant street lamp providing a faint glow. I saw no movement. I felt a rush of relief. I got in my car and started the engine. The heater blasted cold air at first. I gripped the wheel, waiting for it to warm. Then I pulled out of the lot, glancing over my shoulder as I turned onto the road. The building sank into the night behind me. Over the following weeks, no one else reported anything strange. The footprints got covered by more snowfalls. Still, every time I arrived early, I thought about them. Sometimes I'd look at that corner of the property with a tight feeling in my chest, remembering the trail that appeared out of nowhere and faded into the old cemetery. I never discovered who made them, and I never got an explanation from anyone else. Eventually, I let go of the tension. My daily work took over my thoughts. Students came and went, recitals were held, and the spring thaw began to melt the snow. But once in a while, especially on quiet mornings or late evenings, I'd feel a spike of unease. I'd recall the footprints heading to that locked gate, prints that seemed to continue inside without any logical way to get there. I'm still the maintenance person for that building. I still pass the gate sometimes and remember that strange morning. Nothing else like it has happened, and I haven't seen any more footprints that defy explanation. But even now, if I'm there alone, I avoid glancing at that corner. I'd rather not stir up the same uneasy feeling that clung to me on that cold early morning when the snow revealed tracks that made no sense. Silent streets. That was the first thing I noticed once the show ended, and I stepped out of the venue. A few minutes before, I had been surrounded by people cheering, lights flashing, and loud music. Now the crowd was dispersing in every direction, leaving pockets of emptiness under the dim streetlights. My body still felt the buzz from the performance. My legs were a bit sore, and my ears rang lightly from the bass. I realized I needed a way back to my hotel, but I also saw how limited my options were. I pulled out my phone to check for available ride shares. The signal was weak in that area, and prices seemed high. I decided to walk a bit, hoping the rates would drop or my connection would improve. The sidewalk was lined with tall buildings, many with their shutters down or neon signs turned off. I noticed only a few passing cars. The wind brushed against my arms, and I zipped up my jacket. As I moved further away from the venue, the street got quieter. I caught a glimpse of a homeless man huddled near a doorway, but he paid no attention to me. I heard distant shouts from what might have been another group of fans, but they faded quickly. I kept walking, eyeing the corners for a busier spot or an open cafe. A few minutes later, I sensed something behind me. I couldn't hear distinct footsteps, but I felt the subtle awareness of not being alone on that empty sidewalk. My pace slowed. I took a quick glance over my shoulder. About 20 feet back, a shape moved in sync with me. The figure appeared to be a man in dark clothes. He held no visible weapon, but the way he mirrored my walking speed set off a flicker of concern in my mind. I gripped my phone in one hand, telling myself not to panic. Maybe he was just heading in the same direction. I picked up the pace slightly, testing to see if he would do the same. He did. My mouth went dry. I glanced ahead, searching for any open establishment. I saw a cafe sign glowing faintly down the block. Relief washed over me, and I angled my steps toward it. When I reached the cafe, I opened the door and slipped inside. Warm air and the smell of coffee enveloped me. A single employee stood behind the counter, and two other customers sat at a table near the window. I tried not to look too frantic as I approached the counter. My voice sounded a bit shaky when I asked for a latte. With my drink in hand, I took a seat near the window, though I angled my body so I could see outside without being too obvious. The man stood on the sidewalk across the street. He was looking in my general direction, but he made no move to enter the cafe. His posture looked relaxed, almost casual, yet I felt my pulse quicken. Why follow me this far if he had no intention of talking or confronting me? I sipped the latte. The hot liquid burned slightly at the back of my throat. I coughed once, trying not to draw attention. The cafe employee didn't pay much mind, focusing instead on cleaning the espresso machine. The other customers chatted softly, oblivious to my rising tension. I debated calling the police, but all I had was a vague sense of being followed. No crime had been committed, and I wasn't sure how they'd respond. After a few minutes, I glanced again. The man hadn't moved. He leaned against a street lamp, hands in his pockets, head tilted downward. I checked my phone, hoping rideshare prices had dropped. They were still high, but I valued my safety more than saving a few dollars at that point. I requested a ride and saw an estimated arrival time of 6 minutes. My eyes returned to the window. The man looked straight at the cafe doors. When the rideshare driver was a minute away, I got up and tossed my empty cup. I thanked the employee and walked outside. My heart thudded. The wind felt colder now, or maybe my nerves had spiked. I moved toward the curb, trying to appear normal, but my limbs felt tense. I saw a white car approaching with the correct license plate. It pulled to a stop, and I reached for the door handle. Just then, I noticed the man push off the street lamp and move a few steps in my direction. My throat tightened. I scrambled into the back seat, nearly dropping my phone. I shut the door and locked it. The driver asked my name, and I confirmed. Before we pulled away, I peered through the window. The man stood there, watching, hands still in his pockets. He didn't chase the car. He didn't shout. He just observed as we drove off. I inhaled slowly. My heart pounded in my chest. The driver asked if I was okay. I forced out a polite response. Just glad to get a ride. My hand shook a little when I buckled my seatbelt. I stared at the side mirror, half expecting the man to appear again somehow, but he remained behind. The tension in my shoulders started to ease as the driver navigated toward a busier street. We arrived at a major avenue filled with streetlights and late-night traffic. Bars and restaurants were still open, their signs casting colorful reflections on the damp pavement. I felt safer among the bustle, but my mind kept replaying the man's silent figure. I tried to push the thoughts aside, focusing instead on the route shown by the rideshare app. The driver turned onto another road leading toward my hotel. I checked the car doors again to ensure they were locked. The ride took about 15 minutes. I kept glancing back, looking for any sign of a car following us. Everything looked normal. We passed a few city buses, some other rideshare cars, and people walking in groups. When the driver pulled up to the curb outside my hotel, I felt a wave of relief. Bright lights surrounded the entrance. A couple stood near the door, smoking and chatting. I paid for my ride, thanked the driver, and got out. I still had that subtle tremor in my hands, but I felt more secure now. The hotel lobby was well lit, with a front desk manned by a tired-looking clerk. I took a quick look around before heading inside. No sign of the man. I exhaled, glad that I hadn't done anything rash like confront him. I stepped into the lobby, nodded at the clerk, and headed straight for the elevator. In my room, I locked the door and secured the chain. I stood there for a moment, my back pressed against the wooden surface, trying to calm my racing thoughts. My body still twitched with leftover adrenaline. The memory of the man's steady gaze outside the cafe lingered. I flicked on all the lights, checked the bathroom, and then peeked out the window. The night skyline looked normal. The streets below hummed with cars. Nobody seemed out of place. I took a quick shower, letting the hot water soothe my tense muscles. As soon as I turned off the water, the quiet of the hotel room wrapped around me. The small hum of the air conditioning was the only constant sound. I dried off, dressed in comfortable clothes, and checked the door again. I realized how rattled I felt. This man hadn't done anything overtly threatening. No words, no weapon. Yet his presence was enough to unsettle me deeply. I tried to watch some TV, but my mind kept wandering back to that moment when I stepped out of the cafe. The realization that someone I didn't know was following my steps made my stomach twist. I felt my nerves jump each time I heard an unexpected sound in the hallway. My heartbeat would spike, then settle once I recognized it as another guest or a staff member passing by. Eventually, exhaustion hit, and I decided to sleep. I set my phone's alarm, plugged it in, and slid under the covers. The hotel bed felt soft, but my mind remained active. Flashes of that silent figure filled my thoughts. I tried to reason that maybe he was just another concert-goer who happened to exit at the same time. Maybe I blew it out of proportion. But I knew how he matched my pace, changed direction with me, and then waited across the street while I stayed in the cafe. Sleep came in fits. I woke up twice during the night, thinking I heard knocking at the door. Each time I sat up, heart pounding, only to hear nothing but the faint hum of the air conditioning. I forced myself to relax, eventually dozing off again. In the morning, I felt sluggish. My back muscles ached, and I noticed how tense my shoulders had been all night. After a quick breakfast in the hotel lobby, I checked out. The day felt brighter, and the city looked harmless in the sunlight. I walked a few blocks, noting the normal rush of commuters, tourists, and business people. A part of me almost doubted the intensity of the previous night's fear. Yet the memory still clung, especially the moment I locked eyes with the man outside the cafe. I never learned who he was or why he followed me. That uncertainty stuck with me. Even now I think about how a simple shift from a crowded concert to a quiet street can open the door to that kind of subtle menace. There was no confrontation, no shouting, no direct threat. But the effect on me was immediate. My body tensed, my mind raced, and I felt exposed. Each time I remember that moment, I feel a jolt in my gut. I picture the cafe's warm lights, my latte in hand, and the man standing there, just out of reach, watching. It taught me that sometimes fear isn't about overt aggression. It can be about the silent possibility of danger. All I know is that from now on, I plan to stay more aware of my surroundings after an event ends. And if I ever sense that kind of quiet presence behind me, I'll trust my instincts even faster. Unusual hush. That was the first thing I noticed when I returned to the campus dorm during winter break. Most of the other students had gone home, leaving the place nearly empty. I arrived in the late afternoon, carrying my duffel bag and a small suitcase. The lobby lights were on, but I saw no one at the front desk. A single sheet of paper was taped to the counter, listing emergency phone numbers. The elevator doors stood open as though waiting for me. I rode it to my floor, stepping out into a hallway lit by motion sensor lights. Every few seconds, a portion of the corridor behind me would go dark. Then the next section would switch on as I moved. My footsteps echoed against the walls, making me uneasy. I tried to ignore the lingering sense of isolation and reminded myself that the emptiness would be a good environment for studying and rest. When I unlocked my door, a faint musty smell greeted me. I switched on the overhead light. My room looked exactly as I'd left it, with some books still on the desk and a poster on the wall peeling at the corner. I set my bags down and opened the window a few inches to let in some fresh air. The breeze felt cold against my cheeks. Snow covered parts of the campus, and I could see only a few lights on in the other dorm windows. I pulled the chair away from the desk and sat, taking a moment to catch my breath. My shoulders felt tense. The corridor outside had grown quiet again. The motion sensors had switched off the lights, leaving it dark until someone moved through. I scrolled through my phone, checking messages, but found nothing urgent. I told myself everything was fine. This was just a big, mostly deserted building. I was safe. An hour later, I decided to take a walk to the small kitchen area down the hall. I thought a warm drink would calm my nerves. I grabbed a mug from my cabinet and stepped out. My movement triggered the hallway lights, which buzzed faintly as they flickered on. I walked past a row of doors, all closed. No sounds came from inside. I reached the kitchen, turned on the overhead light, and boiled water for tea. The kettle's hiss echoed in the stillness. I leaned against the counter, waiting. A drop of water dripped from the faucet. The kettle soon whistled, and I poured hot water into my mug. Then I heard something in the corridor. It sounded like faint shuffling, maybe footsteps. I froze for a moment, my heart pounding. I half expected to see someone walk in, but no one came. I turned off the kettle and quietly moved to the doorway. The lights in the hallway were still on, no sign of movement. I felt silly for jumping at ordinary building noises. Still, my hands felt a bit shaky as I carried my mug back to my room. The air felt colder by the time I stepped inside. I locked the door behind me, though I usually didn't bother locking it when the dorm was full of people. I placed the mug on my desk and took small sips. The warmth helped settle my nerves. That night, I changed into pajamas and climbed into bed. I'd left a small desk lamp on because I didn't like the total darkness out in the hallway. The radiator clanked softly, providing some heat. I stared at the ceiling, struggling to sleep. The stillness felt heavy, and my ears picked up every small crack or creak from the building. Occasionally, the hallway light sensors clicked on, and a faint glow seeped in under the door, then switched off again. Sometime after midnight, I drifted into a light sleep. Suddenly, a subtle sound jolted me awake. It was the faint rattle of my doorknob, like someone testing it. My heart jumped into my throat. I lay there, silent, trying to confirm if I had imagined it. The knob rattled again, more distinctly this time. My pulse pounded. I sat up, reaching for my phone on the nightstand. I glanced at the door, half expecting it to burst open, but it stayed closed. I didn't hear any voices, no footsteps running away. It was just the doorknob moving, then silence. I slid off the bed and tiptoed closer, pressing my ear to the door. My breath caught in my chest. Outside, the hallway remained quiet, or so it seemed. I mustered courage and whispered, "Hello?" No answer. A long moment passed, and I heard nothing more. I debated calling campus security, but I hesitated. I had no proof of danger, just a doorknob that moved. Maybe it was a prank or someone confused about which room was theirs. Still, I felt my body shaking. My mind raced with possibilities. Someone testing random doors, or worse. I checked the lock, pressing on the knob from the inside. It felt secure. I placed a chair against the door, just in case. Sleep felt impossible. I ended up pacing in the small space, occasionally putting my ear to the door again. The corridor outside stayed silent, no more rattles. Finally, around 3 a.m, exhaustion overwhelmed me, and I dozed off in bed with the desk lamp on. In the morning, pale light streamed through the window. My neck felt stiff from tension, and my eyes were gritty from lack of sleep. I pushed the chair away from the door, steeling myself to step into the corridor. When I opened my door, the lights flicked on automatically. The hallway was empty. I glanced up and down, noticing only the same rows of closed doors. I stepped out and walked to the bathroom to wash up, my stomach still in knots. After a quick shower, I dressed and decided to see if the front desk was staffed. I took the elevator down to the lobby. A middle-aged employee was there this time, reading something on a tablet. I told him that someone had tried my door during the night. He shrugged, saying they had minimal staff during break and recommended I keep my door locked. That was all the advice he offered. I felt uneasy, but tried to carry on. I returned to my room, keeping the door locked even when I was inside. I spent the day reading, sorting through my notes, and watching videos on my laptop. Occasionally, I heard faint footsteps in the corridor, or doors opening and closing. It reassured me a bit, reminding me that I wasn't entirely alone in the building. But each time I heard something, my nerves flared. Night fell again, and I grew more anxious. I repeated my routine, double-checking the door lock, placing the chair under the knob. I left a small lamp on. I told myself to stay calm. Maybe last night was a one-time event. Around 11 p.m., I felt exhausted. I lay down, pulling the blanket tight around my shoulders. At some point after midnight, I snapped awake to a muffled thud, like something hitting the wall in the corridor. My heart raced. I held my breath, listening. Then I heard a faint creaking sound. It might have been someone stepping slowly outside. My pulse hammered. I slid off the bed, making as little noise as possible, and approached the door again. The doorknob jiggled once. My chest tightened. I grabbed my phone, ready to call for help. The doorknob rattled again, more forceful this time. I heard a low scraping noise. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped my phone. I considered shouting, but fear clamped my throat. After a few seconds, the noise stopped. I placed my ear to the wood, hardly daring to breathe. A soft shuffle of footsteps retreated down the hallway. I called out, my voice tense. "Who's there?" No response. I waited, straining my ears, but heard only the click of the motion sensor lights turning off. My body trembled with adrenaline. I quickly dialed campus security. I kept my voice low, explaining that someone had just messed with my door. The person on the other end sounded tired, but they promised to send someone to check. 15 minutes later, I heard a knock. I removed the chair and opened the door to see an officer in a campus security uniform. He asked a few questions and then walked the corridor, checking doors. He found nothing suspicious. He told me to keep my room locked and said he would patrol the floors again later. I thanked him, though I felt no real comfort. Once he left, the corridor lights clicked off again, plunging everything back into darkness. I returned to my room, locked the door, and slid the chair back in place. I tried to rest, but each minute that passed felt like an hour. My body refused to calm down. Around 4 a.m., I finally slept out of sheer exhaustion. The next morning, I considered calling a friend to pick me up. It was still break, so no one else I knew was on campus. The building felt like a huge, empty shell. I walked around a bit during the day, trying to find other students, but encountered only a handful. None had heard of any strange incidents, though one person mentioned that the dorm sometimes attracted random outsiders if the doors got propped open. That night, I left the overhead light on, not just a small lamp. I texted a friend, describing the situation, and they urged me to leave. But I had assignments to finish, and I wasn't ready to pack up and go. I locked the door and moved a small dresser in front of it, pushing with all my strength. It squeaked across the floor, but I felt better seeing it there. I lay in bed, eyes on the ceiling, waiting. The building groaned in the winter wind, and the radiator clanked again. My nerves stayed on high alert. This time, I heard nothing near my door. The hallway stayed quiet. I managed to get some sleep. Early the next morning, I checked outside. No new signs of tampering. I felt a wave of relief. I stayed in that dorm for the remainder of break, but I remained cautious. I locked the door constantly, used a wedge at night, and listened for any odd sounds. The doorknob never rattled again. Either whoever it was gave up, or they moved on. But the tension didn't leave me until I finally saw other students return. Once classes resumed, the dorm filled with people and the hallways were busy and bright again. Even so, the memory stayed sharp, the knob turning in the night, the faint scrape, the cold sweat on my skin. Each time I pass that hallway, I remember the uneasy sense of being alone in a place meant for many. I can't say who tried to get in or why, but that experience changed how I view empty dorms during break. Now, I keep my door locked at all times, because once you feel that knob twist in the dark, you never forget how vulnerable it feels. Sudden unease. That was my initial reaction when I first set up the new holiday decoration in my yard. I had bought a small light-up figure shaped like a cheerful animal, something I thought would brighten the dark nights. The figure stood about 2 feet tall, made of wire mesh and tiny bulbs. It wasn't heavy or elaborate, just a store-bought piece I placed near the front porch to add a bit of seasonal cheer. When I arrived home from work that evening, I turned on the porch light and looked out at the yard. The figure glowed softly, casting a mild circle of light on the grass. I felt a tiny surge of satisfaction, thinking it looked welcoming. I went inside, dropped my keys on the kitchen counter, and started to prepare dinner. After a while, I decided to peek out the window to enjoy the sight again. That was when I noticed something felt off. I couldn't say exactly what, but the figure appeared slightly angled toward the window. My eyes might have been playing tricks on me because I had only seen it from a distance before. I shrugged and went back to cooking, pushing away the odd feeling. The next day, I left early in the morning. It was still dark out, and the figure was lit. A gentle glow touched the base of the porch steps. Before driving off, I paused and looked again. It seemed fine, just a decoration shining in the pre-dawn stillness. Yet I caught myself checking the angle of its head or the direction it faced. It hadn't moved, obviously. It was just a piece of wire and plastic lights. That evening, I returned after sunset. I flipped on the outside light and scanned the yard. The decoration was still there, in the same spot. My chest felt a slight tension, remembering the previous day's uneasy impression. I told myself I was being silly. Still, I walked around it to see if it was stable, or if the wind might have nudged it. Everything looked normal. The rods anchoring it to the ground were secure. I went inside, trying to laugh off my discomfort. Over the next few nights, I kept glancing outside whenever I passed a window or opened the door. Each time, my stomach tightened. The figure's head looked as if it was angled toward me, whether I viewed it from the living room window or from the kitchen. I double-checked the wire frame during the day, but it didn't seem to have shifted. Nothing about it was broken, and no one else had touched it. I couldn't spot any footprints around it besides my own, but the sensation remained, as though it was looking at me. I tried to explain it away. Maybe it was the way the light reflected off the mesh, or the slight tilt in the ground. When the decoration's bulbs lit up at night, the shadows could play tricks. My mind understood the logic, but my body responded with mild anxiety. My breath would quicken each time I looked at it too long. Even though it was a harmless object, a small wave of dread rose whenever I imagined stepping outside near it after dark. A few days later, I came home later than usual, around 9 p.m. The yard was quiet, and the street seemed empty. I got out of the car, locked the doors, and turned toward the house. My porch light had timed out, leaving only the glow from the decoration. I saw its silhouette against the darkness, shining softly, and I froze for a moment. My skin prickled. It looked more solid and imposing than before, though I knew it was the same piece of wire mesh. I forced myself to walk forward, each step crunching on the gravel. The air felt colder than usual. I kept my eyes on the figure, half expecting it to shift. It didn't move, but my pulse thudded. Once I reached the porch, I flipped on the light, hoping that would break the tension. I looked again. Nothing changed. I could almost laugh at myself, yet the anxiety remained in my chest. Inside, I tried to settle. I heated leftovers in the microwave and sat down in the living room to eat. The blinds were open, giving me a partial view of the yard. My gaze kept drifting outside, checking that spot of illumination. I noticed how, from my angle on the couch, The figure's head seemed turned slightly toward the window again. My shoulders tensed, and I swallowed my food with difficulty. I stood up and paced around, deciding it was time to do something about this feeling. I walked outside with a flashlight, determined to reposition the decoration. Maybe if I shifted it so that its face pointed squarely away from the house, I'd stop worrying about it. My breath formed clouds in the cold air. I stepped onto the grass, shining the beam at the figure. Up close it looked small and harmless. The bulbs glowed through the mesh. I reached down and tried twisting the frame gently. It resisted a bit, stuck in the ground stakes. Finally, I angled it more to the side, so it faced away from the porch. Satisfied, I exhaled and went back inside. From the window, it now looked like the figure was facing a different direction. I felt a rush of relief. I sat down, switched on the TV, and tried to relax. About an hour later, I went to the kitchen for a glass of water. Glancing out again, I tensed up. The figure seemed to be angled toward me once more. My heart thumped. I reminded myself that the wind could have nudged it, or I might not have changed it as much as I thought. But my sense of calm was gone. I returned to the living room, drank my water, and kept the TV on for background noise. My eyes darted to the window every few minutes. I started feeling tense enough to consider taking the decoration down entirely. Then I hesitated. Removing it felt like admitting it scared me, and that idea made me feel childish. It was just a holiday piece, something cheap and harmless. That night, I slept restlessly. I kept imagining that figure turned toward my bedroom window, silently glowing in the dark yard. In the morning, I looked outside from the porch in daylight. It stood there, looking unremarkable. The backyard fence creaked in the wind, and a neighbor's car passed by. Everything was normal, yet my shoulders felt sore from tension. I went about my day. When night came, the dread returned. I caught myself avoiding the windows so I wouldn't see the figure. That meant I felt its presence even more. Each time I passed a window, I imagined its head pointed in my direction. By late evening, I grew frustrated and anxious. I decided that was enough. I grabbed a box from the garage and stepped outside to remove the decoration altogether. My pulse raced as I crossed the yard. The figure glowed softly, the yard otherwise dark. My flashlight beam bobbed on the ground. I knelt, tugged the stakes out of the soil, and carefully lifted the wire frame. The bulbs jostled with a slight tinkle. The metal felt cold and rigid, nothing more. I placed the figure into the box, coiling the cord around it. For a moment I stood there, scanning the yard. The empty space left behind looked somehow calmer. I carried the box into the garage, shutting the door behind me. Immediately, I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. It was relief because I didn't have to see it anymore, and unease because I knew I had let a simple, harmless object unnerve me to this degree. I locked up the garage and went inside the house. My heart was still pounding. I tested the porch light, which now shone on empty ground. The yard looked ordinary. No looming shapes, no glowing eyes. I turned out the light and tried to settle in for the night. But sleep still came with difficulty. I kept half expecting to see that glow through the blinds. For the rest of the holiday season, I left that box unopened. The yard remained dark, except for the usual porch light. A few neighbors asked if everything was okay, since I'd taken down the decoration so soon. I shrugged and joked that I changed my mind about it. No one pressed me. A few weeks later, I decided to organize the garage. I spotted the box on a shelf and felt a slight twist in my stomach. I had placed the figure inside so hastily, the cord was probably tangled. I lifted the lid, peering at the tangle of wires and mesh. The shape looked harmless in the daylight, but I still felt that old discomfort. I closed the box and pushed it deeper onto the shelf, not wanting to deal with it. Life moved on, and eventually the holiday season passed. I never put the figure back out. My rationale was that I didn't want more clutter, or that the lights might be broken. But I knew the real reason. Each time I even pictured it glowing in my yard, I felt that subtle dread return, the sense of being watched. Occasionally, I recall the nights I spent glancing at the window, uncertain about an inanimate thing. The memory makes my neck tighten. I realize how a simple object can stir an unexpected unease, especially when it seems to look at you in the dark. There was never any movement I could confirm, never any actual threat. It was all in my perception, a bit of trick lighting or a slight angle that caused me to project a presence onto a wire frame. But that didn't lessen the fear I felt at the time. In the end, the figure stayed boxed up, and I haven't used it again. If someone asked me why, I wouldn't have a neat explanation. It's just a feeling that lingers, a memory of that quiet yard at night and my own heart pounding, convinced that the decoration was aimed directly at me. Sometimes I laugh about it, but deep down, I remember how real the tension felt in those moments. A harmless glow in the winter darkness managed to unsettle me more than I ever expected. An easy drizzle. That was the first thing I felt when I stepped out of the convenience store in Chicago. The air smelled of damp pavement, and a soft mist clung to my jacket. I had just bought a few basic supplies, milk, bread, and some snacks. My plan was to walk a couple of blocks, then catch a ride-share home. Normally this area teemed with people at night, but on that particular evening, the sidewalks looked empty. A few distant headlights reflected on the wet street, and the hum of traffic sounded far away. I started walking, plastic grocery bag in one hand, phone in the other. The cold seeped through my shoes, making my toes tingle. I glanced at my phone screen, trying to see if my signal was good enough to call a ride. As I rounded the corner, I noticed a man behind me. His pace matched mine, about 10 or 15 steps back. He wore a dark hoodie pulled low over his forehead. I couldn't see his face clearly. At first I thought I was just being paranoid. Plenty of people walk in the same direction. Still, something about the way he matched my stride put me on edge. My stomach did a small flip. I reminded myself that it was a public street, that he had every right to be there. I kept moving, listening to the soft splash of my own footsteps in shallow puddles. After half a block, I switched my grocery bag to my other hand and risked a quick look over my shoulder. He was still there, hoodie up, head slightly lowered. I picked up my pace. Within seconds, I sensed he had sped up as well. My breaths grew shallow, and I tried to remain calm. I spotted a closed diner on the corner. Its windows were dark, and chairs were stacked inside. No luck. I looked across the street. A couple of storefronts had their lights off. No open businesses. The drizzle continued, making the pavement shine under the sparse streetlights. I inhaled through my nose, exhaled through my mouth, telling myself to stay focused. I decided to test if he was really following me. I slowed down, almost pausing. Sure enough, his pace eased. I heard the faint scuff of his shoes behind me. My pulse quickened. I sped up again, and so did he. My heart thudded in my chest, and I scanned the block for any sign of help. The road ahead bent slightly, leading into a quieter area with fewer lights. I debated crossing the street, but there were no other pedestrians around, and I couldn't see a single car approaching. My phone still had a decent signal, so I opened a rideshare app. My fingers shook, making it difficult to type my destination. The app estimated about 8 minutes for a driver. That felt too long to wait out in the open. I glanced at the man again. He was closer now, maybe 10 steps behind me. A streetlight flickered overhead, casting unsteady shadows. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. Then I saw a small convenience store sign glowing a block ahead. It looked like a corner shop that might still be open. I clutched my phone and hurried toward that sign, my shoes splashing in the wet sidewalk. My shoulders were tense and my breathing grew rapid. I tried to appear casual, but my insides churned with nervous energy. As I neared the shop, I realized it was actually a narrow storefront set between two closed businesses. The metal grate on the window was partially lowered, but I saw light inside. I made a beeline for the door, the neon "open" sign blinking erratically. Pushing it open, I stepped inside, feeling a rush of warm air and the smell of stale coffee. A tired-looking clerk stood behind the counter, flipping through a magazine. I exhaled shakily and let the door shut behind me. My body felt jittery. I glanced through the glass panel. The man had slowed his pace outside, walking past the store but still glancing in my direction. His face remained mostly hidden by the hood. My stomach twisted. He didn't come inside, but he hovered nearby, as though waiting. I pretended to browse a small display of snacks near the entrance. I didn't really need more groceries, but I needed an excuse to stay inside. My mouth felt dry, so I grabbed a bottle of water from a cooler. The clerk barely looked up as I approached the register. I placed the water on the counter, trying to steady my breathing. "Cold night," I mumbled. The clerk shrugged. I glanced outside again. The man lingered by the corner, hands in his pockets, not moving on. After paying for the water, I hung around the shop a bit longer. My rideshare driver was now 5 minutes away, according to the app. Standing there, I debated asking the clerk for help or calling the police. But the man hadn't done anything outright threatening. He was just standing out there, staring. I worried the clerk would think I was overreacting. Meanwhile, my heart thumped harder with each second I spent looking at the man's silhouette. Finally, my phone buzzed, showing my driver was 2 minutes away. I took a deep breath, zipped up my jacket, and prepared to leave. I clenched the plastic bag from the first store, plus my water bottle, in one hand, and kept my phone in the other. I walked to the door, giving the clerk a small nod. Stepping outside felt like crossing an invisible barrier. The drizzle had turned into a light rain, tapping on the pavement. The man was still there, near the corner. He looked up as I emerged. I turned left, heading down the block where the rideshare car would appear. My muscles tensed, and my thoughts raced. I could hear his footsteps behind me. I imagined he was maybe 8 or 9 steps away. Each time the streetlight reflected in a puddle, it lit up the sidewalk for an instant. I rounded the corner, checking the app. My driver's little car icon was close. As I glanced behind me, my stomach lurched. The man had crossed the street diagonally, positioning himself opposite me, still watching. I spotted a car with a rideshare sticker approaching, headlights cutting through the rain. Relief swelled in my chest. I raised my hand, waving at the driver to stop. The man stayed where he was, about 20 feet away. The car pulled up, and I practically jumped in, setting my groceries on the seat beside me. I slammed the door and locked it. The driver, an older woman, gave me a curious look. I fumbled for my seatbelt, feeling my hands tremble. "You okay?" she asked, sounding genuinely concerned. I nodded, breathing quickly, unable to form a full sentence. She started driving. I glanced over my shoulder, peering through the rear window. Under the streetlights, I could see the man standing there, watching us leave. He didn't follow. He didn't wave. He just stood in the drizzle, blending into the shadows as we turned down the next street. My chest felt tight as I sank into the seat. The driver asked if I needed her to call someone. I explained that a man had been following me, though I wasn't sure what he wanted. She nodded sympathetically and turned up the heater, trying to help me relax. My clothes felt damp, and I realized my shoulders were stiff. I let out a shaky sigh and sank back, glancing at the city lights sliding past outside. We drove through a few more intersections before reaching a busier road. Crowds of people emerged from bars and restaurants, and the traffic thickened. I started feeling safer. The driver kept looking at me in the rearview mirror, making sure I was okay. I thanked her for the concern. My heartbeat was still fast, but the fear was receding. When we finally arrived at my apartment building, I took a moment to check my surroundings before getting out of the car. The rain had slowed to a drizzle again. I didn't see anyone suspicious in the area. I paid the fare, thanked the driver again, and hurried inside. The lobby was brightly lit, with a security guard sitting at the front desk. I felt my shoulders drop a bit. I nodded hello to the guard and stepped into the elevator. In my apartment, I dropped the groceries on the kitchen counter and locked the door with both the deadbolt and chain. My fingers shook as I removed my jacket. I stood there for a few seconds, leaning against the door, my breath still a bit unsteady. The overhead light felt harsh, but reassuring. I tried to push away the memory of that hooded figure trailing me through the rainy streets. I drank some water, washed my face, and changed into comfortable clothes. My mind kept replaying the moment I sensed him matching my pace, and each time he slowed or sped up in sync with me. I felt a tight knot of anxiety in my stomach. Even though the whole ordeal had lasted maybe 15 minutes, it left me drained. I decided to text a friend about it, just to have someone know what happened. The conversation helped me calm down a little. They suggested I call the non-emergency police line to report a suspicious person, but I doubted anything would come of it. I had no description beyond man in a hoodie, seemed to follow me. No actual crime occurred. I ended up skipping the call, hoping I'd never see him again. Sleep didn't come easily. I lay in bed, listening to the distant hum of city traffic and the drip of rain on the windowsill. My imagination ran wild with scenarios of him lurking outside my building. I checked the locks again, just to be sure. Finally, near midnight, exhaustion won, and I dozed off. The next morning, I felt shaky, but relieved it was over. I stepped onto my balcony and looked down at the street. Everything appeared normal, people going about their day, yet the memory of him trailing me in the dark drizzle remained fresh. My mouth felt dry, and I realized how vulnerable it can feel to walk alone at night, even on familiar streets. Since then, I've become more cautious when leaving a convenience store late or walking in a quieter area. I don't assume I'm being paranoid if I notice someone behind me. I pay attention to whether they match my pace or change direction when I do. I try to plan my route to stick to better lit streets or places where I can step inside if something feels off. That night in Chicago taught me that all it takes is a few empty blocks, some darkness, and one stranger who moves in step behind you. There was no confrontation, no direct threat, just a silent presence that put my senses on full alert. Even though the outcome was nothing more than a tense walk and a hurried car ride, the experience left me with a new layer of caution. Sometimes that's all it takes, a hint of danger to change how you see an otherwise ordinary street. Unexpected tension. That's what hit me the moment I realized the man in the small public garden was staring at us. My friend and I had chosen that garden for its quiet atmosphere. It was late afternoon, and we wanted somewhere relaxed to chat about trivial things, work routines, weekend plans, family updates. We found a bench near a hedge, thinking it would be peaceful. At first, it was. We sat there, enjoying a light breeze and the soft sound of leaves rustling. A few minutes passed without anything unusual. Then we noticed him. He came into the garden from a side entrance, moving slowly and looking around as if he was just browsing the area. We didn't pay much attention at first. It's a public space after all. But he stopped near a low fence opposite us. He didn't speak, didn't gesture. He only leaned against that fence and watched. At first, I told myself I was exaggerating. Maybe he was just resting his feet or killing time. Yet there was something about his posture that made my skin crawl. My friend and I continued talking, but our conversation felt forced. We exchanged glances, both aware of his steady gaze. He was close enough to notice our expressions, but he made no effort to approach or introduce himself. He didn't even pretend to look at his phone or do anything else. He simply stood there, eyes fixed on us. We tried to ignore it, picking up our conversation about weekend plans, but each time we laughed or spoke a bit louder, he shifted slightly, like he was adjusting his angle to see our faces better. A subtle dread built inside me. There were no insults, no catcalls, nothing outwardly hostile. But my heart started beating faster. My hands grew clammy. My friend's voice had a slight tremble, although she tried to appear calm. The sunlight was fading, turning the garden golden. Usually, I'd find that evening light comforting, but at that moment, it felt oppressive, like the shadows were closing in. I thought about what to do. If I stared back, would he take that as a challenge? If we got up and left through the main exit, would he block our path? I didn't want to show fear, but my stomach was already in knots. My friend glanced at me and whispered, "Should we just walk away?" I nodded, but I didn't want to move toward the main gate because he was standing near it. She had the same concern. We noticed a small gap in the hedge on the other side of the garden near a side fence. It wasn't the usual exit, but it led to a wider sidewalk out on the next block. We decided to leave that way, even though it meant a longer walk to reach the busier avenue. At least we wouldn't have to pass directly in front of him. We stood up, trying to act normal, gathering our bags and stepping off the bench. Right away, the man shifted his weight and took a few steps parallel to us, staying about the same distance away, still looking. My pulse thundered in my ears. There was no chase, no sudden movement, but he seemed determined to maintain visual contact. It was like he wanted us to know he was there, watching every step. We headed to the gap, walking carefully across the short stretch of grass. A part of me worried that the hedge opening might be too narrow or locked. But when we reached it, we slipped through without trouble. I felt branches scrape my sleeves, and the smell of leaves filled my nose. My friend went first, then I followed. On the other side, we stepped onto a quieter street. Not many people walked there at that hour. A single street lamp flickered. I heard our footsteps echo on the pavement. Before I could breathe a sigh of relief, I glanced back and saw him again. He had exited the garden through a different spot, now trailing behind us on the same sidewalk. He wasn't running or yelling. He just kept pace, maybe 20 or 30 feet back, his gaze still aimed at us. My friend whispered, "He's still there," with panic in her voice. I nodded, swallowing hard. We had to keep walking. If we ran, would he chase us? If we confronted him, would that provoke something worse? Everything felt uncertain. My chest felt tight, and my breathing grew shallow. The sun had almost set, and the sky was streaked with a dull orange glow, which was fading by the minute. We continued down that street, trying to keep calm. Each time we reached an intersection, we considered turning or crossing, hoping to lose him. But he adjusted his path to mirror ours. Occasionally, I heard the soft scuff of his shoes on the concrete. That sound made my stomach flip. I looked around for other pedestrians, but no one else was around. A few cars passed by on a parallel road, but they were too far to help us. After a few blocks, we saw a busier avenue ahead, lined with shops and cafes. Relief sparked inside me. If we could just reach that area, we'd be around more people. We walked faster. He kept up, not too close, but never falling behind enough to let us feel comfortable. My friend and I exchanged anxious glances, both of us feeling trapped in this silent game of follow the leader. Finally, we reached the main avenue, and the noise of cars and distant chatter greeted us. I spotted a cafe with bright neon signs. My friend grabbed my arm, guiding me toward it. We pushed open the door, the bell above it jingling. Warm air and the smell of coffee washed over us. A few patrons sat at small tables, and 2 employees stood behind the counter. We approached the counter, our voices trembling slightly as we asked for water. My legs felt weak, so I leaned on the counter. I heard my friend's breathing, fast and uneven. The overhead lights seemed too bright, but also comforting. We paid for the water and stood by the counter, occasionally glancing out the windows, half expecting him to appear at the door. I cringed at the thought of him following us inside. But after a moment, we didn't see him. I shifted to another angle by the window, trying to scan the sidewalk outside. Nothing. No sign of that silent figure. My shoulders began to relax, and my friend exhaled shakily. We both took sips of our water, though my mouth still felt dry. For a few minutes we remained glued to that window, straining our eyes. All we saw were a couple walking a dog and a group of teenagers crossing the street. The man had vanished. Relief flooded in, but I also felt the lingering aftertaste of fear. My heart continued to thump in my chest, slower now but still forceful. A sense of vulnerability wrapped around me. We hadn't been chased or attacked, yet I felt as though we'd narrowly escaped something. My friend whispered, "What if he comes back?" I tried to reassure her, and myself, that we were now in a safe public place with witnesses. We sat down at a small table. The cafe's neon lights reflected on the polished floor. A gentle hum came from the coffee machine. Other customers chatted or stared at their phones. Life went on as if nothing strange had happened, which only highlighted how surreal our experience had been. I wiped my clammy hands on my pants, trying to gather my thoughts. What would we even tell someone if we reported it? A man stared at us and followed us for a while. No threat, no words, just presence. We stayed in that cafe for about 20 minutes, sipping our waters, occasionally making small talk about safer topics. My friend and I both knew we should head home eventually, but we wanted to be sure we wouldn't run into him again. When we finally left, we made sure to walk along the busiest sections of the avenue, passing shops and restaurants. My eyes darted left and right, searching for any sign of him. Nothing. By the time we parted ways, I could still feel the tightness in my chest. That night, I kept replaying the scene in my mind, the way he positioned himself to watch us, how he moved each time we moved, silent and expressionless. My friend later texted that she felt the same unease. Neither of us slept well. In the days that followed, I found myself double-checking my surroundings more often. If I went to a park or a relatively quiet spot, I scanned for anyone who might be acting the way he did. My friend said she was doing the same. We talked about it a few times, realizing how shaken we were by a situation that, on the surface, sounded almost trivial. A guy stared at us might not raise alarms for someone who wasn't there. Yet we experienced that uncomfortable heaviness. the steady knowledge that we were being observed too closely by someone who offered no explanation. We learned a lesson that day. It doesn't take loud threats or physical aggression to induce a paralyzing sense of fear. A single stare, a determined silence, or the unspoken intention to stay close can be enough to shift an ordinary setting into a tense one. It reminded us to stay aware of our exits, to trust our instincts, and to leave a place if our gut tells us something is off. Even now, when we talk about it, I sometimes get a slight shiver. We wonder what he wanted, or if he was just someone who found a strange fascination in watching strangers. We'll never know. But every time I recall the evening sun casting long shadows in that small public garden, I remember the chill that swept over me when I realized his eyes were locked on us. It was a soundless standoff, a moment where words felt unnecessary because the threat wasn't in anything he said, but in his unwavering presence. That memory left an imprint. It changed how I view quiet areas. I still enjoy peaceful spots, but I also stay alert. Sometimes fear isn't about an overt act. It's about the potential of what could happen, that underlying tension when someone's attention feels wrong. And for me, that tension became real enough to make my heart pound, my breathing grow short, and my body itch to flee the moment I realized we were being silently observed by a stranger who wouldn't look away. Settling hallway. That was my first impression when I moved into the new place. It looked ordinary enough during the daytime, a small house with 2 bedrooms, a short corridor connecting them to the living room, and a modest kitchen. I remember thinking the layout felt simple and cozy. The previous tenant left it furnished, so I didn't have to lug in much besides clothes and personal items. On my first day, sunlight poured through the windows, and everything seemed fine. I unpacked, arranged my few belongings, and felt excited to live there by myself. Things changed that first night. I had finished dinner and was cleaning dishes in the kitchen. The corridor light was off, but there was a small lamp in the living room behind me, casting a faint glow. I couldn't see down the corridor clearly from the sink, but I had a sideways view. As I scrubbed a plate, I glanced over my shoulder. I caught a flicker of something at the far end of the corridor, near the bedroom doors. It was the briefest hint of movement, or maybe just a shadow. My stomach tensed. I turned off the faucet, listening. Silence. My heart thudded a bit faster, but I convinced myself it was just my imagination. I finished the dishes and decided to settle into bed early. I turned out the kitchen lights and walked down the corridor. The walls were plain, painted off-white, but they seemed to press inward at night, as if the space was narrower. My bedroom was the last door on the left. The other bedroom was empty. I had planned to use it as a small office or storage space. I stepped inside my room, flicked on the overhead light, and glanced back at the corridor. It remained dark. My breath felt shallow. I brushed off the unease, thinking I was just jumpy from the move. I slept without much trouble that night. The next morning, I shrugged off any worry. I made coffee, planned my day, and headed out for some errands. When I returned in the afternoon, sunlight lit the entire house again, and the corridor seemed harmless. I laughed at myself for feeling spooked the night before. I told a friend about the brief scare, and they teased me about haunted houses and creaky floors. I felt better, sure I had overreacted. However, as evening arrived, that unease crept back. I watched some TV in the living room with a lamp on. The corridor stretched out behind me. Sometimes I muted the TV and listened. The house was quiet, but I caught faint pops or clicks from the walls. Old homes do that, I told myself. Then I decided to tidy up, moving around the living room, occasionally glancing toward the corridor. No movement. Still, my chest felt tight, and a faint tension traveled through my arms. Eventually, I switched off the TV and got ready for bed. As I flicked off the living room lamp, I sensed that same flicker at the corner of my vision. I whipped my head around, scanning the corridor. Nothing, just darkness. My pulse quickened, and a tiny bead of sweat formed on my forehead. I turned on the corridor's ceiling light, flooding it with a warm glow. I looked at every inch of it, even stepping into the spare bedroom. Nothing unusual. The walls were bare, the floor was free of clutter, the window closed. I took a deep breath, switched the corridor light back off, and slipped into my bedroom. The next night, I decided to leave a small lamp on at the far end of the corridor. I moved a tall lamp from the living room and placed it near the intersection by the two bedrooms. That way, even when I turned the main corridor light off, I could still see the hallway in a dim light. It made me feel safer somehow, as if I could keep an eye on things. Around 10 o'clock, I was reading in bed, occasionally peeking at the open bedroom door. The soft lamp glow lit the corridor enough that I could make out shapes. Every so often, I thought I caught a faint shape at the edges of the corridor, beyond the lamp's reach. Each time, I blinked and leaned forward to look more closely. It was just emptiness. The tension in my chest made my breathing shallow. My mind kept playing tricks, showing me flickers of movement where there was none. Sleep came slowly. I woke up at 2 a.m. to a slight creaking sound. It might have been the house settling, but it felt louder in the still night. My heart thumped. My eyes darted to the door, which I had left slightly ajar to allow some light to filter in. The lamp in the corridor was still on. The glow cast a soft rectangle of light onto part of my bedroom floor. I sat up, listening. Nothing but the hum of the refrigerator in the distance. The rest of the corridor was silent. After a few long minutes, I lay back down, eventually drifting into uneasy sleep. In the following days, I tried to ignore this constant sense of someone or something at the edge of my vision whenever I passed through or near the corridor. It wasn't every single time, but often enough to keep me on edge. I set up small routines to feel safer. I'd check each room in the evening, ensure all windows were locked, and turn on that lamp near the bedrooms. I'd double-check that the front and back doors were secured. Even so, each time I walked past the corridor, especially after dusk, I felt that creeping tension in my arms and shoulders. One afternoon, a friend came over to see the place. I gave them a tour, and when we reached the corridor, I hesitated. I felt silly telling them my concerns, but I hinted that I found the area unsettling at night. My friend shrugged, said it looked normal. They joked that maybe the corridor's shape caused weird shadows. We spent the rest of the day chatting and watching a movie. They left before it got dark, so they never experienced the atmosphere I kept feeling. That night, I ordered takeout and tried to watch a show in the living room. My eyes kept drifting to the corridor behind me. The more I tried to ignore it, the more it occupied my thoughts. I decided to face my fear head-on. I paused the show, marched into the corridor, and stood there, looking both ways. The lamp illuminated the walls and the doors. I even opened the spare bedroom door wide to confirm nothing was inside. I scanned the ceiling for any unusual cracks or holes. I found nothing. I exhaled and flipped off the lamp to stand in the dark corridor. My heart pounded, and the hair on my arms stood up. I forced myself to stand there for a full minute, listening. My breathing grew tense, and I stared into the blackness. Eventually, I turned the lamp on again. My nerves were shot. I went back to the living room, feeling shaky. That night, I had a dream that I was walking down the corridor, and the walls stretched out, becoming longer than the house. I woke up sweating, disoriented. I sat in bed, my mind racing. The lamp in the corridor glowed softly under the door. I wanted to fling that door open and see if something was there, but I stayed in bed, too rattled to move. Eventually, I fell asleep again. Over the next week, the sensations persisted. Sometimes I'd be carrying laundry from the bedroom to the washing machine and freeze mid-step, convinced that a shadow moved at the end of the corridor. Other times, while brushing my teeth, I'd see a flicker in the mirror's reflection. Each time I investigated, I found nothing. No signs of intruders, no changes in the house. My body, however, reacted as if there was a genuine threat. My neck felt stiff, my shoulders tight, my stomach in knots. Each evening, I dreaded the moment darkness fell. I considered rearranging furniture, but I realized the corridor itself was the issue, not the placement of items. I even tried leaving multiple lights on, practically illuminating the entire hallway. The tension remained. Eventually, I started to wonder if I should move out. It seemed extreme, but I hated feeling that fear every night. I told myself maybe it was leftover stress from a busy period at work, or a subconscious reaction to living alone for the first time. Still, the feeling persisted no matter what explanation I gave. One afternoon, I mentioned it to the landlord, casually asking if the previous tenant had ever complained about anything odd. They said no, just that the tenant moved for a job. I didn't press further, not wanting to sound paranoid, but the conversation left me feeling more uneasy. If nothing odd had ever been reported, what was my problem? I decided to spend a few nights away, visit family or crash at a friend's place, just to see if the anxiety subsided. When I stayed in my friend's guest room, I felt calm. My sleep was solid. No creeping sensation, no flickers at the edge of my sight. That told me it was definitely something about that house's corridor environment. After those nights away, I returned, thinking I might have reset my nerves. But the first evening back, as the sun went down, I walked past the corridor and felt my shoulders tense again. I placed my bag in the bedroom and noticed my heart was pounding for no reason. I forced a laugh, told myself it was just habit. I made dinner, turned on music, tried to ignore the hallway. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw a shift of shadow near the corridor entrance. It was quick, gone in an instant. My pulse skyrocketed. I put down the knife I was using to chop vegetables, wiping my sweaty palms on a towel. I marched to the corridor, flipping on every light. Empty. I stood there, breathing hard, feeling a wave of frustration mixed with fear. I stared at the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Everything was the same. I could see the faint outline of my footprints on the hardwood where I'd tracked in a bit of dust from outside. No other footprints, no sign of movement. That was the moment I realized I couldn't keep living in a place where my senses constantly went into overdrive. It wasn't healthy. I finished cooking, ate a rushed meal, and later that night, I told a close friend I was thinking of breaking my lease early. They sympathized, though they couldn't fully understand the feeling I described. 2 weeks later, I moved out. I found a smaller apartment that lacked any long corridors. It cost more than I wanted, but I couldn't stand the nightly dread anymore. After I left, I felt immediate relief. My new place had an open layout, and I never got that sense of flickering shadows. My body relaxed, and my sleep improved. To this day, I still think about that corridor sometimes. Part of me wonders if it was all psychological, just the effect of living alone with too much time to imagine things. Another part of me remembers the intense physical reactions I felt, the racing heart, the clammy hands, the dread that mounted each time night fell. Regardless of the cause, it was enough to drive me away. I still avoid houses with narrow hallways if I can. I'd rather not risk feeling that silent, gripping tension again, the one that made me question every flicker of shadow at the corner of my vision. Relentless cold crept into my body on that December night. I remember the temperature gauge in my patrol car reading -6 degrees Celsius. My shift had started 2 hours earlier, and I was tired of the same silent roads. Around midnight, I got a call about a vehicle parked on a dangerous curve near a small bridge. The dispatcher sounded uncertain, but she said there was a hazard concern. I acknowledged the call and drove out there. It took me about 20 minutes on icy pavement to reach that remote spot. I pulled onto the shoulder. My headlights lit up a tight bend in the road. I saw a single car about 20 meters ahead, right before the bridge. Its hazard lights were off, but one front headlight was shining into the trees. I stopped my patrol car about 5 meters behind it and stepped out. The air was dry. My breath formed small clouds in front of my face. My boots crunched in a thin layer of snow. The curve was unlit except for my headlights, which revealed a steep embankment on the opposite side. I walked to the driver's side door. It was open. The interior light was on and the engine was off. The car was a compact sedan. I shone my flashlight over the seat. The keys were still in the ignition, and the seatbelt was unbuckled. The radio was silent. The far side of the car faced the tree line, and the single working headlight pointed into a patch of bare trunks. Thin flakes drifted in front of that beam, but I didn't see footprints in the immediate area. The snow looked untouched. I took out my notebook and jotted down the license plate number. Then I checked inside. The seats were cold, but the door pockets held some receipts, a pack of gum, and a small pocket flashlight. Everything looked ordinary. I called out in case the driver was nearby. No answer. I checked the rear seats. Nothing unusual. Some blankets, a plastic container, and an empty bag of chips. I stepped back onto the road and felt the wind cut across my cheeks. I faced the tree line. The headlight illuminated a narrow path through the undergrowth. I saw snow bending small branches. I also noticed how quiet it was. Normally, at least some wind or small animal noises would break the silence, but there was barely any sound. I felt uneasy. My breath quickened. I called out again. "Hello? Anyone here? Are you hurt?" No response. I radioed dispatch, but I got static. That area had spotty coverage, especially in winter. I glanced at the open door of the car. My eyes drifted over the dash. Everything looked fine, but I felt a jolt when the horn suddenly honked for half a second. It was abrupt, like someone had pressed it once. My hand shook for a moment, and I walked back to the door. I looked around inside, saw the steering wheel, pressed on it myself to check if it was stuck. It worked normally. There was no sign that the mechanism was damaged. The keys were there, the battery was live, but it made no sense for the horn to sound alone. I scanned the ground around the car again. The tire tracks were visible in the snow, but no footprints led away. I decided to follow the beam of the headlight into the trees for a short distance. I wanted to see if the driver had wandered off or gone looking for help. I took a few steps off the pavement, flashlight in hand. Under the trees, snow had collected in uneven patches. My boots sank a few centimeters in the powder, and it made a soft crunch. I saw no trail of footprints. I called again. "Sir or ma'am, if you can hear me, please respond." Still nothing. I pushed forward about 10 more steps, shining the beam in slow arcs from left to right. I saw the trunk of a large pine and the shape of a crooked branch overhead. A moment later, I noticed something dangling from that branch. It looked like a homemade Christmas ornament, shaped from twigs and twine, with bits of red yarn tied to it. It swayed slightly. I paused. I didn't hear wind, but it moved. I turned my flashlight on it, and I saw how crude and simple it looked, like someone had tied scraps together. There were no fresh footprints below it. The snow looked smooth. I crouched and studied the ground. Nothing. That disturbed me. I stepped back, uneasy. My neck tingled. The air felt colder. I whispered, "Is anyone out here?" I got nothing but silence. I felt pressure in my chest, and my heart thumped. I didn't want to linger. There was no trail, no sign of a person. I backed away, returning to the road. Each step felt slower. I looked over my shoulder a few times, but saw only dark tree trunks. When I reached the shoulder, I saw my patrol car's headlights shining. The silent sedan remained with its door open. I stood by that open door and tried my radio again. It crackled. I managed to get a partial signal and reported the situation. An abandoned vehicle, no sign of the driver, suspicious circumstances. I requested a tow, but it might take a while. Then I closed my radio and took a deep breath. I reached inside the sedan and switched off the headlights. The interior light stayed on because the door was open. I lifted the key slightly, then turned it to the off position. The horn didn't sound again. I took a moment to check the trunk. It was unlocked. Inside, I saw a spare tire, a jack, a bag of road salt, and a small plastic Santa decoration. Nothing else. No clues about the driver's whereabouts. Then I heard a soft click, like plastic tapping metal. I looked around. The door was still open. The trunk was up. My patrol car was behind me, silent. The air felt heavy. I closed the trunk and walked around the sedan. Everything seemed normal, except for the missing driver. I checked if the seat was adjusted. It looked set for an average height person. The seat was slid back a bit. I wondered if the driver might have walked up the road, but the asphalt was covered in a thin layer of snow, and I saw no footprints. I decided to wait. The tow truck would come eventually, though it might be an hour. I grabbed an extra flashlight from my patrol car and checked the perimeter again. I looked under the front of the sedan, behind the tires, and around the small bridge. The bridge was simple, just a short span over a narrow creek. The creek had a thin layer of ice. I looked down. Nothing. The beam of my flashlight revealed only rocks and half-frozen water. I paced around, trying to keep warm. My nose was running from the cold. My fingers felt stiff. I considered the possibilities. Maybe the driver had flagged a passing car or decided to walk to a farmhouse, but the nearest house was a good 5 kilometers away. The radio connection was spotty here. My phone had no signal. I kept an eye on the trees. That ornament in the branches lingered in my thoughts. After about 20 minutes, I heard the tow truck approach. Its engine and lights cut through the quiet. 2 guys stepped out. They asked me where the driver was. I said I had no idea. One guy joked that the driver might be playing hide and seek. The other shrugged and got the towing rig ready. He attached the cables to the sedan. I stood by the side and watched, glancing at the trees every so often. The wind had started to pick up, carrying small gusts of snow. They finished securing the sedan. We checked the interior once more. No sign of the driver's belongings, except for the random items I had seen. They tried the ignition, but it was dead now, as if the battery had finally drained. The first tow truck guy said that was odd if the lights had been on earlier. I agreed, but had no explanation. He told me they would bring the car to the impound lot. I took a final look at that curve. The open space around us made me feel exposed, like I was on display. The guys drove off with the sedan. I walked back to my patrol car. I felt grateful for the heater once I climbed in. I radioed dispatch, updated them, and said I would file the report back at the station. Then I reversed onto the road and drove away, headlights cutting through the dark. On the way back, I replayed the horn sounding by itself. I wondered about the missing driver. I felt an unease that I couldn't shake, as if the situation hadn't truly ended. I arrived at the station around 2 a.m. I wrote my report, listing the abandoned car, the lack of footprints, the empty driver's seat, and the homemade ornament. I felt foolish including that detail, but I did. Everything else was standard procedure. In the days that followed, no one claimed the car. Our attempts to reach the registered owner led nowhere. The address on file was outdated. No relatives could be reached. The vehicle sat in our impound lot, silent. I saw it a few times while checking for new details. Nothing changed. I kept recalling that moment in the trees, shining my flashlight on that small ornament swinging from a twisted branch. The memory of the snow, untouched beneath it, still bothers me. At one point, I asked a few colleagues if they had heard strange things happening with horns or other car electronics. They told me cars can sometimes do weird things if there's an electrical short, but it felt different than that. I never told them how that ornament seemed to move with no wind. I just said it was strange out there. About 2 weeks later, I was on another night shift. I took a phone call from a local who lived near that stretch of road. He claimed to see lights in the woods, near the same curve. I drove out there again, a sense of dread tugging at me. The area was dark, dusted with fresh snow. I arrived and saw nothing. No lights, no footprints. The local who called was nowhere to be seen. I left after a short search. That was the last time I went there at night alone. I still pass that spot on my regular patrol route, but I keep my windows up and my eyes on the road. I don't slow down more than necessary. The guardrail by the bridge looks rusty, and the turn remains dangerous. I can't forget the shape of that open door, the way the headlights shone into the trees, and that moment when the horn startled me. I remember standing there, feeling my pulse in my ears. My breath tasted like metal. My lips felt cracked from the cold. My shoulders tensed, waiting for something to appear. Even now, when people ask about my strangest nights on duty, I mention that abandoned car. I tell them I found no footprints, no driver, and no sign of foul play, just that weird ornament in the branches and a horn that honked by itself. Most of them assume the driver left on foot or got picked up, but they look confused when I describe the snow and the absence of any tracks. They say there must be an explanation. Maybe there is. I don't have it. That's all I can say about the night. I remember each moment as if it just happened. The stiff air, the crunch of snow, the open driver's door, the bark of that horn. I remember scanning the woods, my light catching that handmade decoration. I remember the uneasy knot in my gut. I keep telling myself there must be a simple reason, but I never found one, and I doubt I ever will. Blinking lights caught my attention as I drove through that quiet residential block. It was December, and the air felt harsh on my cheeks whenever I rolled down the window. I was on routine patrol, and everything seemed calm until I spotted a faint flicker through one of the top-floor windows in a small apartment building. It looked like someone turning a light on and off, but not in a random way. It looked deliberate, like a signal. I checked the street around me. No one was out. A few houses had colorful Christmas lights, but the sidewalks were empty. I parked in front of the building keeping my headlights on. I got out, feeling the cold through my gloves. My boots crunched on frozen gravel as I neared the entrance. The building was 3 stories tall, not modern. I noted chipped paint on the walls and an outdated intercom system. I watched the upper floor window. The flickering continued. On, off. Then it stopped for a few seconds. I pressed the intercom button for that apartment. No response. I tried again, holding the button a bit longer. Still nothing. A quick glance at my watch told me it was almost midnight. I heard a faint rumble from somewhere inside, like a television or radio turned low. Otherwise, the place seemed still. I remembered that old stories about blinking lights sometimes involved distress calls. People sometimes try to send signals. I didn't want to overreact, but I had a duty to check. I pressed other apartment buttons, hoping someone would let me in or at least answer. No one did. The building felt deserted. I stepped back onto the sidewalk and craned my neck, looking up again. The light blinked once more. My pulse quickened. I tried calling out loud, even though it was late. "Police here. Does anyone need help?" My voice echoed a bit in the empty street. No human reply, just that flickering. I moved to the side of the building, looking for a possible vantage point. The sidewalk was narrow, and the building next door was close, leaving only a slim gap. I noticed a rusted fire escape leading from the second floor to the roof, but the bottom rung was out of reach. I walked along the side alley, scanning the windows. Most were dark. As I approached the back, I saw a curtain shift in that top-floor apartment. It was a quick movement, as if someone had just pulled away from the window. My breath caught in my throat. I yelled again, "Hello? Do you need assistance?" The only answer was a scraping noise, like something sliding across a wooden floor. Then silence. My heart pounded. I felt the dryness in my mouth. I tried the back entrance, but it was locked. I went around to the front again, thinking I might call a supervisor for advice. Before that, I decided to see if a resident or caretaker might be around. I noticed a small sign near the buzzer listing a basement apartment for the building supervisor. I pressed that button. After a long wait, an older woman answered through static, sounding confused. She came upstairs and unlocked the main door. Her hair was disheveled, and she wore a thick sweater. She asked me what was going on, and I explained that I saw a blinking light on the top floor and wanted to check if someone needed help. She sighed and told me that the top-floor apartment was vacant. The previous tenant had left weeks ago. She said no one should be in there. She insisted the electricity was turned off. I pointed out that the light was flickering. She frowned. I asked for keys or permission to go up and check. She hesitated. I reminded her that if someone was trespassing, it was a legitimate concern. She gave me a ring of keys, but warned me the door might be deadbolted from inside. She hadn't been up there in days. I climbed the stairs with her. Each step felt too loud in the quiet building. The hallway on the top floor had a single bulb that buzzed. I approached the apartment door. I tried the key, but the lock wouldn't budge. The caretaker shook her head. She said she had an older set of keys and rummaged in her pocket. She tried another one, but it wouldn't turn either. We both heard a sound inside the apartment, like something dragging on the floor. I felt my stomach tighten. I knocked on the door. "Police, is anyone in there?" Nothing. I knocked harder. No response. The caretaker tried the last key on her ring. Still no luck. She looked nervous, said she would have to call the owner for the correct key. I stared at the door, pondering if I had enough reason to force entry. Without clear evidence of danger, I wasn't allowed to break in. I felt tense, remembering the light blinking. Someone had definitely shifted the curtain earlier. The caretaker offered to call the building's owner in the morning. I was about to protest when we heard another noise, quieter this time. We both turned toward the door. The caretaker's hand shook on the keys. Then it went silent. I clenched my fists. I felt the weight of uncertainty. Yet, I had no direct sign of a crime. The caretaker was firm that the place should be empty and that no one had permission to live there now. We walked back down the stairs. My footsteps echoed. She locked the building's front door after I stepped outside. I stood on the sidewalk, looking up again at that window. The flickering had stopped. The caretaker nodded goodbye, returned to the basement unit. The street was dim, and a steady, cold breeze hit my face. I stayed for a few minutes, shining my flashlight on the upper windows. I saw the curtain shift again. It was slight, but I noticed it. I felt my pulse speed up. I yelled once more, asking if anyone needed help. No answer. I retreated to my patrol car, considering what to do. It wasn't an emergency by official standards. No immediate proof of a crime, no direct call for help. I decided to stay parked for a while, to see if someone would come out or if the caretaker would get another key. My shift was almost over, but I didn't want to leave. The building's dark windows stared back at me. I cracked my window to stay alert. The air was freezing, but I wanted to hear any sounds. The minutes passed. A car drove by, slowed briefly, then left. A few hours after midnight, the caretaker's lights in the basement went off. The street fell silent. I thought of going back to ring the caretaker, but she had made it clear the apartment was supposed to be empty. I felt uneasy. At one point I looked up and saw the top floor light flicker again. It was brief, 2 or 3 pulses, then darkness. My scalp tingled, and I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. I radioed in a quick report. Possible trespassing, no confirmed break-in. Caretaker has no correct key. My supervisor told me to keep an eye on it and come back if I had something concrete. I nodded, though no one could see me. I stepped out again, deciding to do another perimeter check. The building's side alley was quiet. I heard a distant TV inside one of the second-floor apartments, but that was it. I heard a faint hum from the city in the distance, but no voices, no footsteps. I stared at the dark windows on the top floor. My stomach tightened. I walked to the back, tested that door again, still locked. I aimed my flashlight up at the windows. Nothing moved. After about another half hour, I went back to my patrol car. My fingers felt numb. I turned on the heater. I watched the building's entrance. Not a single person came out. The caretaker didn't reappear. No movement in the other windows. Eventually, I decided I couldn't do more. I had to return to the station. My shift was nearly done, and the next patrol would come on soon. I took one last look at the top floor. The light was on, steady now, not blinking. That final sight made my gut twist. I thought I saw a silhouette behind the curtain, motionless. I drove off, scanning my rearview mirror. The building's upper window was visible for a few seconds. I might have imagined it, but I thought I saw the silhouette move. It was faint and quick. Then it was gone. I tried to rationalize. Maybe the caretaker was wrong about the power being disconnected. Maybe someone was squatting. I had no answers. I reached the station, typed up my report, and described the odd flickering. My colleagues shrugged. One joked that maybe it was a bad bulb. Another said someone might be messing with me. No one had a solid explanation. The next evening I drove by the same block on my own time, out of curiosity. The caretaker didn't know I was coming. I parked across the street. The top-floor apartment looked dark. I waited a few minutes. Nothing. Then, after about 10 minutes, the light started flickering again. I felt my hair stand on end. A surge of adrenaline made my pulse pound. I got out of my car, stood by a tree, watched. The window shade twitched, I backed away, uncertain. I left without calling the caretaker. I didn't want to bother her again. I felt spooked. Over the next few days, I heard no official updates, no break-ins reported, no calls from that address. But I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. I told a fellow officer about it. He just shrugged, said maybe it was some electrical quirk. He also said it could be kids messing around, though it seemed unlikely. That top-floor apartment was supposed to be vacant. The caretaker was adamant about it. If someone was inside, they left no evidence and made no noise beyond that flickering and occasional curtain movement. To this day, I can't explain it. I never found a real suspect. I never heard an actual voice. I only experienced that flickering, that shifting curtain, and that dragging sound. My memory replays the caretaker's confusion. She believed no one was inside. Yet I saw something. I stood in the street feeling helpless. I still remember the jolt of frustration when the door locks refused to turn. I remember how my heart beat faster every time that light blinked. Some nights, I drive by that block and glance at the top floor. Usually it's dark now. I don't know if the caretaker ever found the right key or if the owner ever followed up. I asked a neighbor once, but they knew nothing. They hadn't seen or heard anything. In my report, I wrote that there was no sign of forced entry, no sign of criminal activity, no occupant found. The official summary ended there, but I haven't forgotten it. I still recall standing in the winter cold, looking up at that window, hearing that faint scraping noise inside, the caretaker's trembling keys in her hand, my own sense of unease, the knowledge that someone might have been in there, messing with the lights, watching me. Every time I picture that silhouette, I feel an uncomfortable tension in my gut. It's not the most dramatic case I've handled, but it sits with me. It felt personal, like someone was testing me, waiting to see if I'd break down the door. I didn't, because I didn't have the grounds. Maybe that was a mistake. Either way, I have no proof. I only have the memory of that flickering bulb and the caretaker's insistence that the apartment was supposed to have no power. I don't tell the story often because there's no neat ending, but it still makes me uneasy when I see an unexpected light blink late at night. Late-night call reached my station. The dispatcher said a security system at a small delivery warehouse had detected movement. It was December, just a few days before Christmas, and most employees had left early for the holidays. The warehouse was supposed to be empty. I listened as the dispatcher explained that the alarm company picked up internal motion sensors going off. There was no sign of forced entry on the outer doors. I shrugged and said I would check it out. It sounded routine, but I wasn't fully convinced. I drove through quiet streets with patches of snow on the curb. The streetlights gave off a weak orange glow, and most stores were closed for the night. My patrol car heater struggled against the cold. The warehouse sat near an industrial park, and the roads around it were dark. I turned onto a side street, spotted the building's address, and parked close to the entrance. I saw no other vehicles, no light from inside, nothing that immediately suggested a break-in. I got out, feeling the chill cut through my uniform. I walked around the building, aiming my flashlight at the doors and windows. The main loading bay doors were locked with heavy deadbolts. The side door had a single lock, no sign of tampering. I tried knocking, though it seemed pointless. No one answered. The parking lot was empty. I noticed small footprints in the snow near the dumpsters, but they looked old. I radioed dispatch, told them I was going in. They confirmed I had the supervisor's key from the lockbox at the station. I used it on the main office door, which clicked open. Inside, the smell of cardboard and stale air greeted me. The overhead lights were off. I flicked a switch near the entry, but only half the fluorescent tubes came on. The hallway ahead stretched about 10 meters, with a few doors on each side. Everything looked neat but deserted. I heard a faint dripping sound, maybe water in a pipe. My boots echoed on the concrete floor. I called out, "Police, anyone in here?" My voice carried down the corridor. No one answered. I moved along, shining my flashlight into each small room. They had desks, shelves, scattered paperwork. Nothing out of place. The floors were spotless. I reached a larger space with rows of tall metal shelves loaded with packages and boxes. It looked like an organized staging area for deliveries. The alarm panel on the wall showed a flashing red light, confirming the motion sensors had been triggered. I punched in the code provided by dispatch and silenced the alarm. I checked the digital log. It recorded multiple activations over the last hour. I felt uneasy in the silence. My breath sounded too loud. The overhead fluorescents cast harsh shadows in the aisles. I sniffed the air. It was cold, with a slight odor of cardboard and dust. I tapped my radio, letting dispatch know the place was locked up and I was checking the interior for intruders. I had to go aisle by aisle. It wasn't big enough to get lost, but the rows were tall, forming narrow corridors. I started with the first aisle, shining the beam of my flashlight across boxes labeled for holiday shipping. Some had wrapping paper designs, others had fragile warnings. My steps made a soft crunch on the concrete. I reached the end of the row, turned left, then heard a faint scraping sound. It came from somewhere ahead. My heart rate picked up. I froze. I listened carefully, but it stopped as soon as I tried to pinpoint it. I advanced, stepping carefully. When I neared the second aisle, I thought I caught a soft whisper, like a breathy noise, but I couldn't make out words. It sounded distant. I felt a prickling sensation on my neck. The lights above flickered briefly, then stabilized. I called out, "Is anyone here? Show yourself." My voice echoed. Nothing. I swallowed hard and moved on. Each row felt more claustrophobic than the last. Boxes towered above me on steel racks. I saw no footprints in the thin layer of dust on the floor near the corners. That whisper lingered in my ears. Maybe it was my imagination. I moved deeper into the warehouse, passing a row of large boxes waiting to be shipped. They looked intact, taped up, with shipping labels. Near the back, I noticed a cardboard box that was torn. The flaps were open, and some packing material spilled out. I crouched to examine it. The label indicated it held small electronics. The items inside appeared undisturbed. Still, the box was definitely ripped. I wondered if someone had been searching for something. I looked around, but I saw no footprints or tools. I stood, scanning the shelves, my pulse elevated. I continued along, shining my flashlight carefully around corners. My breath felt shallow. It was quiet except for my footfalls and the hum of one malfunctioning light fixture overhead. When I reached the far corner, I heard another sound. A dull thump, like something falling or being set down. My heart raced and I hurried toward the noise, feeling adrenaline surge. "Police!" I called again, tightening my grip on the flashlight. I turned a corner, another aisle, empty. I scanned left and right, stacks of boxes, no movement. The space felt colder here. I heard my own breathing, fast and uneven. I shivered, partly from the chill, partly from tension. A draft touched my face. I looked up, saw a small ceiling vent. It shouldn't be letting in that much cold air. Maybe the HVAC was off for the holiday. I advanced a few more steps. One overhead light blinked, then buzzed out, leaving that section in partial darkness. My flashlight cut a narrow beam through the gloom. Suddenly, I heard a soft whisper again. It sounded like it came from behind a nearby shelf, a low murmur that made my scalp tingle. I stepped around it, shining my light, but saw nothing. The floor was empty. The boxes were sealed. I felt my stomach tighten. My hands got clammy in my gloves. I circled the area, checking each corner. The building had no windows aside from the front office, so no one could slip out easily. I didn't see any open vents or holes. I tried to think logically, maybe an animal, but the whisper sounded too human. I clicked the side of my radio, considered asking for backup. Then I hesitated. There was no evidence of a break-in, no theft, just these odd noises. I decided to finish my sweep. As I headed back toward the main corridor, I noticed a torn piece of gift wrap on the floor. I knelt to pick it up. It had no label or writing. It looked like it came off a package. I scanned the shelves again. Many boxes were decorated for Christmas shipments. I couldn't see which one had lost this scrap. Another flicker overhead drew my attention. My chest felt tight. I pressed on, wanting to be done with this. I made my way through the last few aisles. I found no sign of forced entry, no footprints, no open boxes aside from that one near the front. When I returned to the large main aisle, I froze again. I heard a whisper right behind me, a quiet hiss that seemed to say something, but I couldn't decipher it. I spun around, flashlight aimed at eye level. The beam shook as my hand trembled. No one was there. My throat felt dry. I called out again, "Come out now." My voice cracked. Silence. I decided I had enough reason to request a quick backup. I pressed the radio button, told dispatch I needed another unit. The dispatcher asked if I was okay. I said yes, but asked them to send someone to help me do a more thorough check. They told me it would take a bit because the roads were icy and we were short-staffed. I hung up and stood near the metal shelves, listening. I heard nothing. No whispers, no scraping. Only the distant drip that I'd heard at the start. I retreated to the main office area, flipping on more lights. These lights were dim, but better than nothing. The break room door was unlocked. I opened it. A microwave and fridge in the corner, a few chairs, a round table, no sign of recent activity. I checked under the table, behind the fridge. Dusty floors, no footprints. I stepped back into the hallway. My gut still told me something was off. About 15 minutes later, another patrol car arrived. I met the backup officer at the entrance. He asked if I found anything. I explained the situation. The motion sensor triggered, the ripped box, the faint noises. He nodded and said we'd do a second sweep together. We took one aisle each, moving slowly, checking everything. We found the same torn box, but that was it. No new evidence, no signs of theft, no suspicious footprints. We regrouped near the main bay doors, close to the alarm panel. I apologized for calling him out. He shrugged, said better safe than sorry. I confessed I heard strange whispering sounds. He looked around, said the acoustics might be playing tricks. The warehouse was big, with certain areas that echoed. I couldn't argue with that, but it felt too real. We locked up, turned on the external security system, and left. I stood outside in the cold, my breath forming puffs, staring at the dark building. The other officer shook his head. He drove off. I lingered a moment, studying the warehouse. A single exterior light cast a weak glow on the loading area. I thought about going back inside, but that made my nerves flare. I finally headed to my patrol car. Dispatch asked for an update. I said we found no intruder, no evidence of forced entry. I filed it as a false alarm. They told me to head to another call. I pulled out of the parking lot, glancing at the building in the rearview mirror. My pulse was still elevated. Later, I wrote my report. I included the detail about the torn box. I mentioned hearing unknown noises, though I didn't elaborate much. Officially, nothing had been stolen or damaged. The alarm was reset. The building was secured. Still, I kept replaying that whisper in my mind, how close it sounded, how it made my skin crawl. I remember the pressure in my chest when I tried to track it. That building was too quiet for such sounds to be a coincidence. In the days after, no one reported any missing inventory, and the warehouse staff said they noticed no issues. The motion alarm never triggered again, but I've never really dismissed that experience. I know what I heard. I felt something there, even if I never found footprints or saw a person. It left me with a lingering sense of unease. I still think of that empty space, those organized shelves, and that faint whisper that seemed to follow me. It was a clean, ordinary place on the surface, yet I can't forget how tense I felt, with my flashlight in hand, scanning the silence for a figure I never saw. A knock at my car window jolted me awake. I was in the station parking lot, trying to warm up before the next call. The dispatcher had new information. A homeowner heard strange noises coming from his detached garage on Christmas Eve. It was almost midnight, cold enough to make my breath cloud in front of me when I talked. I started the engine, turned on the heat, and headed to the address. The neighborhood was a mix of small houses. Some showed holiday lights, others were dark. The roads had a thin layer of snow. My tires made a slight crunch sound at each turn. I arrived at the house and saw a porch light. The resident stood outside, coat over pajamas, arms crossed. He looked anxious. I got out of my patrol car, greeted him, and he explained he had heard a rattling noise from his garage, like someone rummaging around inside. He hadn't gone to check because it was dark, and he feared a burglar or a large animal. I walked around the side of the house, flashlight in hand. The snow in the small backyard was undisturbed, except for a few faint boot tracks, which could have been the homeowners. About 10 meters back, there was a garage, separate from the house. It had a single side door and a larger overhead door for the car. The overhead door looked secure. The side door was closed but not locked. I eased it open, announcing myself. "Police, is anyone in here?" The inside was lit by a single bare bulb. The air felt colder than outside, maybe because of the concrete floor. I saw typical garage items, a few tools on a pegboard, some bikes, and a stack of labeled boxes. Nothing jumped out as stolen or broken. I called the homeowner over to confirm if anything was obviously out of place. He pointed to a small plastic snow shovel lying near a shelf. He said he usually kept it by the door, not across the garage. I studied the area around the shovel. The concrete had faint scuff marks, like it had been dragged. I got on one knee, ran my hand along the scratch on the floor. It felt fresh. I stood again, exhaling in a slow hiss, trying to calm my nerves. I turned my flashlight toward the corners. I saw faint webs, no sign of forced entry. The overhead door had a padlock from the inside, still intact. I told the homeowner to wait outside while I checked further. He nodded, stepping back into the yard. I approached a tall metal shelf in the back corner, where it was slightly darker. I noticed a small gap behind it, maybe just enough space for someone to crouch. I peered in with my flashlight, expecting a raccoon or maybe a cat. Nothing. The beam revealed a patch of floor and a few spider webs. I felt my heartbeat slow slightly. Still, I sensed an unease, as if someone had been there recently. The air smelled stale, not quite musty, but something off. I tapped on the shelf to see if anything would move behind it. No sound. I saw a flicker in the overhead bulb, probably a loose connection. Then I heard a faint whistle or soft hiss, very quick. I spun around, shining the flashlight across the space. The bikes hung on hooks, boxes were stacked neatly, and the door stood open in the same position. Nothing else moved. My breathing got shallow. My hand tightened on the flashlight. The air felt tense, but there was no person in sight. I called out again, "Anyone here?" Silence. I checked each box, scanning them with the light. They had holiday decorations, some tools, old clothes, and random junk. I noticed a few labels marked Christmas. Some had garlands poking out. None of them looked tampered with. I moved one or two to see if something was behind them. Still nothing. I returned to the center of the garage, took one last sweep with the flashlight. I saw no footprints besides the homeowners near the entrance. I turned my gaze upward, thinking maybe someone had climbed into the rafters. They were exposed beams, no easy footholds, and I saw no sign of a person there either. My jaw clenched. I wanted to find a clear explanation, an animal, or some reason for that scratch on the floor. I walked back out, told the homeowner I found no one inside, that nothing seemed stolen. He looked relieved but remained uneasy. He told me he had definitely heard something rummaging around. I believed him. The scratched floor and displaced shovel seemed like evidence. But there was no sign of forced entry or leftover footprints. I suggested he secure the door and call if he heard more noises. I asked him if the side door had been locked before. He said yes, but admitted it might have just been closed. Sometimes, especially in winter, the latch didn't catch fully. That might explain an easy entry point if someone had been snooping, or if an animal slipped in. I stepped outside to examine the snow near the door. That's when I spotted faint tracks leading away from the side door to the corner of the yard. They were lightly pressed, almost vanished, like someone had taken only a few steps. I knelt to see if they were shoe prints or just random markings. They looked like partial footprints, not distinct, but shaped more like a person's than an animal's. The trail ended abruptly near the fence, which was only waist-high. Beyond that fence, it was open yard leading to a back alley. I climbed over, shining my flashlight around. The alley was covered in smooth snow, with no footprints continuing. It looked as if they vanished. That made my skin tingle. I stood there, shining the beam in every direction. No footprints leading away. The snow had no drift, so there wasn't a place they could have been blown over. I felt my pulse quicken again, but I tried to keep a calm expression. The homeowner asked if I saw anything. I said just a few marks that disappeared near the fence. He seemed puzzled, looked over himself and shrugged. He said maybe the snow had drifted there earlier. I couldn't confirm anything. We returned to the garage. He locked the side door from the inside, then used the overhead door padlock to secure it fully. We stepped outside, and I reminded him to keep everything locked. If he heard anything else, he should call. He thanked me, then headed back to his house. I stood there alone for a moment, the cold biting my cheeks. The holiday lights on a neighboring house flickered. I glanced at the fence line. The faint footprints still bothered me. I took a few minutes to write notes for my report. The environment was quiet. No barking dogs, no passing cars. Just a slight breeze rustling the bare branches of a tree. The sky was clear, and the moon lit the yard. I felt uneasy because the footprints didn't line up with a normal exit route. If someone jumped the fence, they should have landed in the alley. Yet the alley's surface was untouched. I thought about the possibility of a neighbor's yard or some other path, but I didn't see anything obvious. The only fact was that the marks ended there. I got back in my patrol car, turned up the heater, and let the engine run for a moment. I radioed the station with a brief status update. No confirmed intruder, no property damage. Just suspicious footprints in the snow. I heard static, then the dispatcher acknowledged. I felt the tension in my shoulders. My shift was almost over, but I couldn't shake the thought of those partial footprints. Driving away, I glanced in the rearview mirror at the house. The garage was dark now. The single light had been switched off. The homeowner's porch light illuminated the yard. My headlights caught a glimpse of my own tire tracks in the snow. For some reason, that made me feel lonely. It was Christmas Eve, and most people were asleep or cozy inside, not chasing faint footprints in the snow. I exhaled and kept driving. My hands felt stiff on the steering wheel. At the station, I typed up the report. I noted that nothing appeared stolen or damaged, and I included the detail about the shovel being out of place and the footprints vanishing at the fence. One coworker glanced at my notes and said sometimes footprints get messed up by wind or slight melting, so maybe that's all it was. I forced a small nod, though my gut told me something else was off. Still, I had no evidence to pursue it further. A few days later, I called the homeowner for a follow-up. He said he hadn't heard any more noises. Everything stayed normal. He did mention that the little plastic shovel had gone missing, but he assumed he misplaced it. I didn't have more information. I told him to stay alert. That's the whole event. A quiet Christmas Eve, a locked garage, faint scratches on the floor, a moved shovel, and footprints that vanished where they shouldn't. I still picture that open gap behind the shelf, the overhead light flickering, and that short whistle or hiss echoing near the bikes. I remember the tense feeling in my gut when I realized there were no obvious answers. There was no intruder that I could find, no animal droppings or tracks to explain the noise, but the footprints and the missing shovel stuck with me. It's an odd memory. I share it with some caution. There isn't a dramatic climax or a shocking discovery. It's just the sort of everyday weirdness that creeps in during a routine call. Sometimes you expect to find a simple explanation, a neighbor's kid, a stray cat, or a gust of wind. Other times you walk away with more questions than answers. That night I left with the image of footprints vanishing in fresh snow. Even though I've handled more intense calls, that one remains lodged in my mind. It was a reminder that not everything adds up neatly, even in a plain suburban neighborhood on Christmas Eve. Nightfall brought a harsh chill to the rural roads. I was driving my patrol car along a remote route when a local resident called in, saying he saw a steady car headlight far out in a snowy field. The caller couldn't reach anyone else, and he suspected the vehicle might be stranded. It was December, and temperatures dropped well below freezing. I felt my breath catch as I turned down a narrow dirt road leading toward that field. I arrived at a small clearing where the snow lay undisturbed. I stepped out of the car, my boots sinking into several centimeters of powder. My breath came out in visible puffs. The faint glow of a distant headlight illuminated a small portion of the field ahead. It looked like the car was at least a few hundred meters from the nearest track. I couldn't see any path leading to it. I scanned the horizon with my flashlight, but no other lights appeared. I reached back into my patrol car and grabbed extra gloves, a heavier flashlight, and my radio. The signal in that area was unreliable, but I tried anyway. A burst of static greeted me. I managed to pass a brief message to dispatch about my location, though I wasn't sure if they heard. I felt a twinge of unease, but I pushed that aside and started moving into the field. With every step, my boots broke through the crust of ice. The snow reached halfway up my shins in some places. The distant headlight remained steady, aimed at an angle that suggested the car door on the driver's side might be open. My breath turned shallow as I struggled to keep my balance on uneven ground. The cold air pressed against my lungs. I tried to trace any tire marks, but the snow looked smooth. After about 5 minutes of trudging, The shape of the car became clearer. It was an older model sedan, dark in color. The single working headlight created an odd glow that reflected off the snow. The driver's side door stood ajar. I called out, "Police, is anyone here?" My voice echoed across the silent field. I heard no reply. I continued forward, feeling my pulse throb in my neck. The wind picked up, biting at the exposed skin around my jaw. I reached the sedan, shining my flashlight inside. No one sat in the seats. The interior was dark, except for the faint spill of light from the functioning headlight. I moved closer, shining my beam over the driver's seat. The door was half buried in fresh snow near its base, as if it had been open for some time. The seat looked empty, and there were no footprints in the snow around the door. That made me pause. The ground was undisturbed, yet the door was open. I leaned in to check the ignition. The key was there, turned part way. The battery still supplied enough power for that lone headlight, which flickered slightly. I pressed the horn, but it gave a weak sputter. The battery was close to dying. The seat didn't feel warm, and the dashboard displayed no signs of recent activity. I sniffed the air, trying to detect any smell of fuel or coolant. Nothing stood out. I directed my flashlight at the passenger seat. A folded map with yellowed edges sat on top of a piece of straw tied together with bits of thread, a small makeshift Christmas decoration. I picked up the map. The paper felt brittle. I noticed it marked local roads, but the ink was faded. I unfolded it, scanning for any relevant clues. A circle was drawn around the general region, but no address or notes were scribbled there. I called out again, "Is anyone out here?" My words sounded thin in the open air. The wind swept past, making a faint whistling sound. I shut the car door to cut the glare of the headlight, then realized I wanted that light to help me see. I left it open again, stepping around to look for any prints leading away from the vehicle. The snow surface looked smooth and unbroken. My flashlight beam revealed nothing. It was as if the car had landed there without traveling across the field. I felt my heart beat faster. My fingers grew stiff in the cold, and I switched the flashlight to my other hand. I circled the sedan twice, scanning the ground. No footprints, no tire tracks. I started to question how the car arrived there. Snow had fallen heavily over the last 2 days, and there was no sign of disturbed snow except what I had just created by walking around. The sense of isolation pressed on my mind. I tried my radio again, hoping to contact dispatch for a tow. The static only gave a few pops. I decided to walk back to my patrol car. The distance seemed longer when facing the chill head-on, and my legs burned from trudging through drifts. After a few minutes, my car came into view, parked where the dirt road ended. I climbed inside, turned on the engine, and cranked up the heat. My nose and cheeks tingled. I tried the radio. The signal was too weak for a clear transmission. I considered leaving and returning with a tow truck, but I hesitated. If someone was out there, they might need immediate help. I glanced across the field, saw the faint glow of that headlight. Something made me feel uneasy about leaving the site. I switched on my high beams to illuminate the field as much as possible. The beam reached part way, but not enough to see the car clearly from my position. I grabbed a portable emergency light from the trunk. Then I set it up at the edge of the field so I could mark the location. Once I turned it on, a stronger beam of light cut through the darkness. I tested my radio again, hoping the additional height from standing on my car's side step would help. The signal improved slightly. I managed to give dispatch the address and situation. They said a tow service was an hour out due to the icy roads. I felt a knot in my stomach, but I acknowledged them and ended the call. I returned to the abandoned car, following my own footprints this time. That gave me a sense of direction, though I noticed the wind was already erasing parts of my trail. Within minutes, I stood next to the sedan again. I switched off the headlight by turning the key all the way. The darkness around me felt heavy. My flashlight provided the only glow. I leaned inside and tried to start the engine, out of curiosity. The starter clicked, but the engine didn't crank. Dead battery. I decided to look in the trunk. It was unlocked. Inside, I found an old blanket, a half-empty water bottle, and a small tool kit. The tire well contained a spare tire that looked flat. No other belongings. I shone my flashlight around to see if something might indicate where the driver went. Nothing. I scanned the horizon. The field stretched wide, with patches of trees far in the distance. The sky was overcast, hiding the moon. My breath got shallow as I realized how alone I was. I walked about 20 meters in every direction, searching for footprints. There were none. The snow was pristine, except for my own path. The wind stung my face. My eyes started to water from the cold. My heart pounded faster. I paused to look around, expecting to see a faint figure somewhere. Nothing. I felt a tightness in my chest. If the driver had abandoned the car, how did they leave no tracks? I decided the best option was to wait with the vehicle until the tow arrived. I checked the interior again, hoping to find a phone or some ID. The glove compartment was empty. The seat pockets contained nothing but dust. The floor mats showed no sign of recent mud or moisture, which struck me as strange given the winter conditions. I sat in the driver's seat, door open, to get out of the wind. My hands trembled a bit, either from the cold or the tension. My thoughts jumped from one possibility to another. Maybe the car had been there before the last snowfall, but that didn't explain how the headlight was still on. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. I stepped out again, shining my flashlight on the small homemade Christmas decoration. It looked crafted from straw and tied with a frayed red ribbon. I placed it back on the passenger seat, unsure what else to do with it. Time passed slowly. I paced around, occasionally shining my light into the darkness, half expecting someone to emerge. The field stayed silent. After a while, I heard a distant rumble. I hoped it was the tow truck. Eventually, I saw faint headlights approaching from the road. I waved my flashlight to guide them. The tow truck driver and his assistant got out, both bundled in thick jackets. They asked me about the driver. I shook my head, said I hadn't found anyone. I pointed to the car, told them the battery was dead. They examined the sedan, found nothing unusual aside from the strangeness of having no tracks. They attached their cables and winched the car onto the flatbed. The whole process took about 20 minutes. I stood there, shining my light around as they worked. The sense of emptiness never left. When they finished, I asked if they wanted me to help them search the field again. They looked at me with uncertain expressions. One said if the driver was out here, they might have frozen by now. The other said we should call in a search team if we suspect someone is missing. I agreed to file a report and request a follow-up if needed. Then we drove back to the main road in separate vehicles. Once at the station, I filled out a detailed account. The car's registration led nowhere. The owner's listed address was outdated. No one had reported a missing person matching the car's description. The vehicle stayed in the impound lot for weeks without claim. Every so often, I checked on it. The interior remained the same. The map and decoration lay on the front seat. I still remember that empty field and the silent hush of the snow. I recall the faint flicker of that headlight as I approached, and the unsettling feeling of seeing no footprints or tire tracks. It left me with an uneasy awareness that sometimes things appear without explanation. That car, parked in the middle of a frozen expanse, felt out of place in a way I can't fully describe, even though I tried to keep my thoughts grounded. I filed my report and moved on to other calls, but the image lingers: an abandoned sedan, a missing driver, and no sign of how they vanished in the cold. Moonlight glinted off the front window of the antique shop as I pulled up. The dispatcher's note said the elderly owner had called. She reported strange noises coming from her attic. It was a few days before Christmas, a time when shops usually closed earlier than normal. I stepped out of my patrol car, noticing the dim glow inside the store. The street outside was quiet. Most other shops had their shutters down. I could see the warm yellow light through the shop window, revealing shelves of knickknacks and old furniture. I tried the door. It was unlocked. A small bell jingled overhead. The smell of old wood and dusty fabric surrounded me. I called out, "Ma'am, it's the police." A moment later, a frail woman appeared from behind a counter. She wore a thick cardigan and moved slowly. Her expression was anxious, and I saw relief flash across her face when she recognized my uniform. She thanked me for coming and led me deeper into the shop. I followed her past displays of vintage clocks, porcelain figurines, and old postcards. She explained she had heard footsteps and faint whispers in the attic for the last few nights, even though no one else had access. She seemed embarrassed to bother the police, but the noises kept returning. She pointed to a narrow wooden staircase near the back. It had a door at the bottom. She apologized for the cramped space. I told her it was fine. I asked if she had locked the attic door. She nodded, saying she always locked it after hearing the sounds. I tried the knob. It was indeed locked. She gave me the key, hands trembling slightly. I told her to wait in the shop area. She seemed relieved to stay behind. I opened the door, the hinges creaking. The musty smell intensified as I climbed the steep steps. The attic was dim. Only a single bulb hung from the rafters. I flipped a switch. It flickered a few times before giving a weak glow. I scanned the space with my flashlight. Cardboard boxes, old furniture, and random antiques crowded the area. Dust motes floated in the stale air. I called out, "Police, is anyone here?" My voice echoed in the cramped space. Silence greeted me. I moved carefully between stacks of boxes. My boots made the floorboards creak. I felt the back of my neck tighten. The air felt heavy, cold despite the shop below being warm. I heard a slight click from somewhere to my left. I aimed my flashlight, but I saw only a wooden trunk with a broken latch. I stepped closer, shining the light inside. It contained old linens and a few picture frames. Nothing moved. No rodents scurried out. The hush felt unnatural. I called again, "If anyone's here, you need to show yourself." Nothing. I paused, listening. My breathing sounded too loud. The single bulb hummed overhead. I played my flashlight along the rafters, half expecting to see someone hiding. Instead, I noticed a weathered radio on a small table in the far corner. It looked vintage, the antenna snapped off. I recalled the shop owner mentioning she stored older items in the attic, so it made sense. Still, it felt oddly placed, as if someone had been messing with it. I moved closer and noticed the dial was set to an off position. A dusty plug lay near the table, not connected to an outlet. I turned around, scanning the rest of the attic. A few mannequins leaned against the far wall, missing limbs or wearing tattered clothes from another era. My flashlight revealed shadowy shapes of chairs stacked too high. I stepped around them, mindful of potential tripping hazards. The boards groaned under my weight. I heard a faint scraping sound from behind a tall armoire. My heart pounded. I edged forward, shining the beam in that direction. The armoire stood about 2 meters high. Its door was slightly ajar. I braced myself, pulling the door open. The hinges squeaked. Inside, I found only moth-eaten clothing on hangers. No person or animal. I exhaled, trying to calm the tightness in my chest. Then a sudden clatter made me jump. I spun around, light darting across the floor. A small decorative plate lay spinning on the floorboards near a shelf. I hadn't touched any shelf. My breath caught in my throat. I marched to the spot, scanning the surroundings. No one stood there. The plate stopped spinning, and I picked it up. It looked like an old holiday plate with some faded design. I glanced above where it came from, a shelf full of random trinkets. None of the other items seemed disturbed. I whispered a quick, "Anyone messing around? Show yourself." Silence again. A slow chill crept over my neck. I placed the plate back on the shelf, making sure it sat securely. I turned my attention to the rest of the attic, shining my flashlight into the dim corners. I saw old holiday decorations in a box labeled Christmas, some dusty garland peeking out. Nothing appeared moved or rummaged through. I made a full circuit around the attic. I found no footprints, no open windows, no sign of forced entry. I checked the single window at the far end. It was locked from the inside. The glass looked intact. The dust on the sill was undisturbed. I tapped on it, verifying it was solid. Yes, no one could have entered that way. I tried to reason that maybe the plate slipped from the shelf because of my footsteps shaking the floor. But the timing felt off. The tension in my stomach didn't go away. I moved back toward the wooden trunk. My flashlight beam flickered for a split second, causing me to tap it. The old bulb overhead still glowed weakly. I glanced at the radio again. Without touching it, I noticed the dial had shifted slightly, as if it had been turned a fraction. My eyes narrowed. I was sure it had been pointing directly at the off position before. I told myself maybe I was mistaken. I had no proof otherwise. My pulse quickened. I wanted to be thorough. I forced myself to check every box. Most were filled with antiques, old picture frames, lanterns, books, postcards. Some contained clothes. Nothing suggested a break-in or stolen goods. I found no footprints in the dust. Everything looked as though it hadn't been disturbed in a long time, except for those small, unsettling details. The dropped plate and the radio dial. I reminded myself not to jump to conclusions. After finishing the search, I decided there was no suspect to be found. I returned to the stairs. The door at the bottom was still shut. The lock was as the owner had left it. I opened it, stepping back into the shop's main floor. The owner was waiting near the register. She looked at me expectantly. I told her I found no intruder, no visible damage. She pursed her lips, mentioned the noises had been so clear. Footsteps, sometimes whispering. "I didn't see or hear anyone," I repeated. She sighed, then showed me an old photograph she kept behind the counter. It depicted a Christmas gathering in the shop decades ago. She pointed to a corner in the photo with a radio that looked identical to the one upstairs. She said that radio belonged to her late husband and hadn't been used in many years. I listened politely. I felt a slight chill, but there was nothing illegal or dangerous I could address. I told her I couldn't do much beyond verifying the attic was secure. She understood. She said she just wanted confirmation no one was trespassing. I left her with reassurance to call again if she heard any new disturbances. She thanked me. We exchanged a few polite words. I headed outside, the shop's bell jingling again. The air felt cooler than before. Clouds covered the moon. I walked to my patrol car, slid into the seat, and let out a tight breath. I reported to dispatch that I found no intruder, no sign of forced entry. My voice shook a little. I told them everything was Code 4. On the drive back, I couldn't stop replaying the moment that plate fell. It felt deliberate, like someone had nudged it just out of my line of sight, and the radio dial that might have shifted. I had no concrete evidence that it moved on its own, so I left it out of my official statement. Still, it weighed on my mind. At the station, I typed up the usual report: suspicious noises, attic search, no suspect located, no property damage. End of story, from a policing standpoint. In the weeks after, I occasionally wondered about that attic. The owner didn't call again, so I assumed the noises stopped or she decided to ignore them. I sometimes drove past the antique shop and saw her inside. The place looked as it always did, a bit cluttered, but cozy in its own way. I never went back upstairs. I never asked if she heard more sounds. I left it alone. Yet, I still remember stepping through that cramped attic, shining my flashlight on stacks of silent antiques, feeling my pulse rise at every soft creak in the floorboards. I recall the feeling of eyes on my back, though I never saw anyone. I remember the quick spike of fear when that plate rattled on the floor. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe floor vibrations made it topple. But in that moment, it felt like something else. For me, that's enough to keep it lodged in my memory. Sometimes a call ends with no arrests, no clear resolution, just an unsettling feeling that lingers. That attic call was one of those times. No suspect, no real crime. Still, something about it stands out. The dust, the old radio, the faint clicks and whispers the owner described, and the tension in my own chest while standing among all those forgotten objects. That's all there is to tell. Just a quiet shop, an old attic, and a puzzle I never solved. Frigid air stung my cheeks when I stepped onto the pier. It was late December, and the call I received said there was a boat drifting in the canal, moving slowly, or maybe not moving at all. The clock on my phone read just past midnight. The surface of the water had a thin crust of ice near the edges, not solid enough to walk on, but strong enough to make each small wave crackle. My breath formed small clouds in front of me as I scanned the area. I saw faint lights on the opposite bank, where a few warehouses stood dark and locked. No one else seemed to be around. The canal sat quiet, the water reflecting glimmers from a few holiday lights on nearby lampposts. I walked along the dock, my boots heavy and squeaking on the frosty boards. My job as a port officer sometimes involved checking up on strange activity in these waters. Most nights, nothing happened, but the dispatcher said a local had reported a small boat drifting without lights. The local claimed it had been out there for hours, not moving. That made me curious. I reached the end of the pier. The canal stretched into darkness on both sides. Light from the moon broke through clouds, shining on the surface. I spotted a silhouette about 50 meters away, a vague shape bobbing in the current. I aimed my flashlight, saw a small boat, maybe a simple rowboat or a skiff, with no motor running. It rocked gently. I called out, "Police, anyone on board?" My voice traveled across the water, but no one answered. I decided to use the patrol vessel, a basic motorboat assigned to our small harbor unit. It floated on the next pier, moored with 2 short ropes. I climbed in, started the outboard engine, and felt the vibration as the motor came to life. Then I steered toward the drifting boat, the cold wind biting my nose. My heart rate picked up slightly. I had done plenty of boat checks at night, but something about seeing a small craft on icy waters in the dead of winter made me uneasy. As I drew closer, I saw it was indeed a small, unmarked boat with no registration number, no obvious name on the hull. Its sides showed signs of wear. I killed my engine, letting my boat glide close. I looped a rope around a cleat on the mysterious vessel. Then I stepped on board with a cautious movement, shining my flashlight around. The boat's interior had a single wooden seat, damp and cold. On a small bench near the bow, I noticed a red hat, a worn-out Santa hat with the trim fraying. It looked neglected, like it had been left for some time. A rope hung from the bow, but there was no anchor attached. I checked the floor for personal items, footprints, or signs of a struggle. It was empty, with a bit of water sloshing around the base, probably from recent rain or melted snow. I called out again, "Police, is anybody here?" My voice echoed over the canal. The only response was a gentle knocking of water against the hull. I knelt near the seat, feeling the cold wood. It wasn't warm at all, suggesting no one had sat there recently. The wind picked up for a moment, spraying a fine mist of near-freezing water over me. I shivered, zipped my jacket higher, and scanned the surroundings. I saw no other boats in the immediate area. The warehouses on shore were dark. My radio crackled a bit, but I heard no voices. I tied the strange boat to my patrol vessel more securely, then tried shining my flashlight under the bench. Sometimes people stashed supplies or personal bags there. I found nothing but a bit of soggy rope. I moved to the stern. No motor, no fishing gear, no signs of cargo. The entire boat was almost too bare. That was unusual, given that most people leave a paddle or two. There was no paddle. It was just an empty hull with a bench, seat, and that single Santa hat. I clicked my radio, intending to alert dispatch. The signal was weak. I managed to get through with partial static. I explained I found the boat, unoccupied, about 50 meters from the pier. I asked them to contact any nearby stations to see if a missing boat had been reported. The dispatcher said they'd check, but had nothing so far. I decided to tow the boat back to the dock. While I was tying a line to tow it, I heard a faint noise, a ripple in the water. I spun around, shining my flashlight across the canal's surface. I half expected to see another craft or maybe a swimmer. Nobody was there. My pulse quickened. The quiet felt oppressive, broken only by the gentle lapping of water. The reflection of the city lights danced on the canal. I tried to shake off the feeling that I wasn't alone. I climbed back onto my patrol boat, started the engine, and slowly guided the strange boat toward the pier. The water's surface formed thin sheets of ice in some patches, so I navigated carefully. As I neared the dock, I caught a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, like a figure standing on the bow of the mystery boat. I whipped my head around. No one was there. My flashlight beam showed only the empty seat and the red hat flopping over with the motion. My heart thudded in my ears. I told myself it had to be a trick of the light. Maybe my eyes were tired. I moored both boats to the pier, my fingers going numb from the chill. Once we were secured, I climbed onto the pier, and a wave of relief washed over me to have solid ground beneath my feet. I radioed the station again, gave them my status, and said I'd wait by the boat for a while in case the owner showed up. A half hour passed. I paced the wooden planks to keep warm. No one arrived. No voices, no footsteps. The wind howled gently, and a few snowflakes started drifting from the clouds overhead. Eventually, a colleague arrived in a small truck. We stood together, examining the boat. He confirmed no missing boat had been reported that night. He asked if I thought it was stolen or abandoned. I shrugged, said it was possible. The Santa hat caught his attention. He picked it up with a gloved hand, frowned at the damp fabric, then set it aside on the seat. We decided to haul the boat out of the water and store it at the municipal dock facility. Sometimes owners show up later or a stolen property report comes through. We had to use a small crane attached to the dock for such tasks. My colleague operated it while I guided the boat's bow into the cradle. The boat lifted free of the water with a creaking sound. As it rose, water dripped off the hull, forming thin icicles near the keel. Once we had it settled on the dock, I hopped inside again to double-check for hidden compartments or ID numbers. I found nothing. The interior was plain, no seat cushions, no personal effects, no registration mark carved into the wood. The underside of the seat was blank. We wrote an incident report. No crime was apparent, just a potential vessel adrift. The presence of the Santa hat might have been a coincidence. We locked up the boat in a storage shed near the harbor office. My colleague and I parted ways, both shivering. I headed back to my patrol car, turned on the heater, and tried to push aside the uneasy feeling. I kept seeing that flicker of movement from the corner of my eye. It was probably nothing. The next morning, I revisited the storage shed. The boat was still there, water dripping onto the concrete floor. The hat lay on the seat, soaked. It looked even more worn in daylight. I asked around to see if anyone recognized the craft. Nobody did. No local fisherman, no caretaker, no boat rental. It was as if it appeared out of nowhere. Over the following days, no one claimed it. The boat sat in storage while I filed the official paperwork. No leads came in. I double-checked with other agencies. No missing persons matched the boat. No stolen property matched it either. I started to wonder if I had simply encountered an abandoned piece of junk, but the memory of that moment on the water stayed with me. Particularly how I thought I saw someone on that boat, tall and still, out of the corner of my eye. I told a friend about it, and he teased me for spooking myself. I laughed it off, but deep down I couldn't shake the moment. It wasn't that I believed in anything supernatural, but the situation felt too odd. A boat adrift at midnight, no name, no footprints, no registration, no paddles, nothing but a damp Santa hat. It made no sense. A week later, I checked the storage shed again. The boat looked the same. My supervisor considered releasing it to salvage if no one claimed it soon. Then, after the holiday season ended, I noticed the Santa hat was gone. I asked a coworker if he moved it. He said no. We checked the logs to see if anyone had visited. No sign of unauthorized access. Maybe a staff member threw it away, but none of them admitted it. I didn't make a big deal of it, though it felt strange. That's the last update I have. The boat remains unclaimed, locked up near the harbor. No one ever stepped forward to explain how it ended up drifting on that frigid canal in the middle of December. I sometimes think about that quiet water, the soft crackle of thin ice, and the single boat light glinting in the dark. I think about standing there, shining my flashlight on an empty seat that felt oddly occupied. Officially, it's just another open case of an abandoned vessel. Still, it stays in my mind as one of those nights where the normal rules of cause and effect seem to go missing. I came off the water unsure of what I had really encountered, left only with a cold memory and a damp red hat that disappeared without explanation. Sharp wind blasted my face as I steered my patrol car down that uneven dirt road. The night was dark, and my headlights carved two narrow beams through the surrounding brush. The dispatcher had forwarded a report of flickering lights and strange noises at an isolated house. A distant neighbor had called, saying he saw something odd across the field. No one else lived within a mile. I switched off the radio when static drowned any chance of a clear signal. I felt the chill seep through the gaps in my jacket collar. After several minutes on that rough track, I spotted the house. It looked worn out, with dark windows and peeling paint. I parked on the side, engine idling. The front yard was just a patch of dirt and a few dead shrubs. Snow had settled in thin layers, not enough to blanket everything, but enough to show me footprints if there were any. I saw none leading to the door. I flipped on my flashlight, got out, and felt the cold bite my fingers. I stepped closer. The structure seemed quiet. No visible signs of life. I paused by the porch, scanning the windows. All were dark. Some had old curtains drawn. I saw no movement. The door was closed, and I couldn't see any lock damage or forced entry. I shined my flashlight around the yard, where a sagging clothesline hung. It had several Christmas stockings pinned to it, faded red, swaying slightly despite no obvious breeze. That made my neck prickle. I called out, "Police, anyone home?" The echo died fast in the silent night. I circled the house, shining my light at the sides. The backyard looked overgrown, with tangled weeds poking up through patches of snow. A single broken chair lay overturned. I glimpsed old footprints near the back corner, but they were faint. Hard to tell how old. I heard a metallic noise, like a chain scraping. I rushed toward the sound, but it ended as soon as I moved. I found nothing behind the house but a tangled mess of grass, a beat-up trash bin, and a half-collapsed shed. I checked the back door. It was locked. The windows along that side were intact. No sign of a break-in there either. My breath came out in fast puffs. The cold stung my face. I paused to listen. Nothing except my own breathing and a slight creak of wood from somewhere overhead. The roof might have been shifting under the cold. I started to feel the weight of the darkness pressing on me. The neighbor said he saw flickering lights inside, but I couldn't see any. Maybe the lights had stopped. The weird noises he described might have been that chain scraping or the wind hitting something loose. I returned to the front porch. I tested the doorknob. It didn't budge. I peeked through the front window, shining my flashlight inside. Sheets covered some furniture, and there was dust on every surface I could see. It felt abandoned. Then I noticed a small object in the snow by the front steps. I crouched and picked it up, wiping it off with my gloved hand. It was a Christmas brooch, chipped at the edges, looked old-fashioned, shaped like a tiny wreath. I stood and scanned the yard again, half expecting to see footprints leading away. Nothing. My radio crackled with static. I tried to report in, but only got garbled noise. That told me I was on my own for now. I decided to check the door once more, just to confirm it was locked tight. It was. I considered whether the occupant might be inside, ignoring me. I knocked loudly, said I was the police. Still no answer. The wind gusted, rustling the stockings on the clothesline. They flapped, making a soft slapping sound that set my nerves on edge. I walked around to the side again, looking for basement windows or a cellar entrance. I found a small window well near the foundation, half buried in snow. Shining my light through the glass, I only saw darkness and some piping. No sign of a person. The house gave me the impression it had been left empty for years. Dust seemed undisturbed inside. I remembered the neighbor's complaint about flickering lights. Maybe there was a timed Christmas decoration inside. It wouldn't be the first time someone forgot to remove battery-powered ornaments. I made a mental note to see if I could spot any from outside. Walking the perimeter again, I angled my flashlight to peek through each window. The living room, covered furniture, no lights. A side room, bare, dusty floor, no decor. The kitchen window, counters covered by sheets, no sign of movement. My heart pounded a bit faster, unsure why. A house as quiet as this shouldn't feel so tense. A crunch in the snow startled me. I turned the flashlight toward the sound, but saw nothing. My breath caught in my throat. I scanned the yard for movement. The stockings on the line bounced lightly. I thought maybe one had fallen, but all were still pinned. My pulse hammered. I forced myself to approach the clothesline. The stockings were indeed old and worn, with holes in a few spots. One had what looked like a name stitched onto it, but the thread was so faded I couldn't read it. The calm air seemed to mock me, offering no explanation for that crunch. I rechecked the snow under the line. No fresh footprints. My own footprints were the only ones there. I was about to give up and label this a false alarm, but then I noticed faint flickering inside, visible through a gap in the curtains of a front window. It blinked softly, once, twice, then stopped. My stomach clenched. I hustled to the front door, knocked louder than before, shouted that it was the police. No answer. I stepped to the window, pressed my face to the glass, trying to see inside. The interior was dark, but I thought I saw a tiny blinking light, almost like a small string of Christmas lights or a single flickering bulb. It disappeared in seconds. I breathed heavily, stepping back. The tension in my chest felt real now. If someone was in there, they weren't cooperating. If the house was truly empty, I couldn't explain that light. I pounded on the door again, threatening to consider forced entry if there was an emergency. Silence. I tried my radio, but the signal still crackled. I reasoned that I didn't have probable cause for a forced entry. No one was screaming, no immediate sign of danger besides a strange flicker. The neighbor only said it was suspicious, not that he heard cries for help. I decided to wait on the porch for a bit, in case someone inside revealed themselves. I stood there for several minutes, scanning the yard, shining my flashlight in slow arcs. The clothesline swayed again, though there was barely any wind. I rubbed my arms to stay warm, my mind racing. Another flicker inside caught my eye. This time, it was more like a soft glow that pulsed once and faded. I turned the doorknob again, hoping it might open. It didn't. I wondered if the house had some old electrical wiring that was shorting out. That might explain a flicker. But no power lines extended from the nearest pole. The house looked disconnected from the grid. My skin crawled with unease. I walked back to my car to see if I could call the neighbor or get a better radio signal. On my way, I saw a shape near the edge of the property, like a person standing on the road. I yelled, "Hello? Police? Can I help you?" My flashlight beam caught empty space. The shape was gone. I swore quietly. My nerves rattled. Back at my car, the radio reception improved slightly. I made contact with dispatch, explained the situation. They told me to do a final check, then return if nothing else developed. I frowned, wanting a clearer answer, but I agreed. I steeled myself and walked to the house one last time, shining my light on the yard, the porch, the windows. Everything appeared the same. No new footprints, no sign of forced entry, no more flickers. The stockings hung limp in the cold. I knocked again, let a minute pass. No response. I glanced into the front window. Nothing but darkness and dust. Reluctantly, I wrote a few notes in my notepad, describing the scene for my record. I slid the brooch I found into an evidence bag, just in case. Then I left the property, heart pounding like I'd run a mile. Driving off, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see lights in the windows or a figure standing by the road. The house faded into the distance, no clearer in my mind than before. At the station, I filed my report. Suspicious lights, no occupant found, no probable cause for forced entry, property appears vacant. I attached the brooch to the evidence locker with a brief tag. The next day I followed up with the neighbor by phone. He claimed he sometimes saw the flickers at odd hours, but never noticed anyone coming or going. He said the house was owned by someone who lived out of state, vacant for years. No contact info was available. Months passed with no new reports from that address. As far as I know, no one moved in. The house probably still stands, battered by weather. I drive by occasionally, though I keep my distance. I don't see lights flickering anymore, but I do feel a slight chill whenever I glance in that direction. The memory of those silent stockings swaying in a still yard remains locked in my mind. The flickering inside the empty rooms, the faint chain-like sound in the backyard, the brooch lying in fresh snow, the neighbor's confusion. That's all I have, just a short, tense encounter on a quiet road, ending with no resolution. The property sits there, an empty shell, holding secrets I couldn't uncover. Night settled over the isolated landfill, and the cold air made my breath come out in short, visible puffs. My shift had dragged on, and I was tired. The dispatcher told me an alarm system at this site picked up movement in the middle of the night. Normally, the landfill was inactive around Christmas week. No trucks or staff should be present. I turned off the headlights as I approached the front gate, hoping to see if anyone was lurking inside. The chain-link fence stood open, which was strange because it should have been locked after hours. I parked just beyond the fence and got out. The place was dark, except for a few distant lights that glowed weakly against a cloudy sky. The smell of old trash and frozen dirt hung in the air, and the ground crunched under my boots. A sign on the gate read, "Restricted access," but it was half-rusted and barely legible. I radioed dispatch, telling them I was on site. Static crackled. The signal was weak, so I only got a brief acknowledgement before it cut out. I walked between mounds of debris, half buried under patches of ice. Broken pallets, old tires, and battered plastic containers lined the edges. Most of the area was quiet, except for the distant hum of wind over the piles. I switched on my flashlight and scanned the ground. The dispatcher's note mentioned that motion sensors detected activity, so maybe a stray animal or a trespasser was wandering around. I moved slowly, looking for footprints or anything out of place. I found a set of odd marks, not quite footprints, more like shallow scratches in the frozen top layer of dirt. They extended a few meters, then curved around a small hill of crushed concrete. I knelt to examine them, shining my flashlight closely. They didn't look like shoe prints, nor did they appear to be from an animal with typical paws. They were elongated, with narrow grooves in the earth. My chest tightened. I felt a wave of confusion. I tried to stay calm and logical, telling myself it could be from a piece of dragging equipment or some leftover machinery. But the pattern was off. It was too irregular. I stood again, noticing how still everything felt. No dogs barking, no hum of traffic, just a faint breeze over distant heaps of waste. My own breath sounded too loud in my ears. I called out, "Police, anyone here?" The echo died quickly. My flashlight traced the top of a tall mound of debris. Broken glass reflected back in small glints. The place felt unwelcoming, but I had a job to do. I followed those strange scratch marks as they wound between two piles of twisted metal. Occasionally, I heard a soft crunch or snap, like something moving just out of sight. Each time, I stopped and aimed my flashlight, but I saw nothing. My heart pounded a little faster. The temperature felt like it dropped further, cutting through my uniform. I told myself it was just the wind stirring loose scraps of trash. I kept walking, stepping carefully to avoid unseen hazards. After another few minutes, I spotted something in the snow near a broken pallet. I approached, shining my flashlight low. It was a Christmas ornament, a plastic star, cracked in half. Cheap paint had peeled away from the edges. I picked it up, turning it over. It looked like it had once hung on a tree or a decorative wreath, but now it was dirty and broken. I felt a ripple of unease. I wasn't sure why. Random junk at a landfill shouldn't be surprising, yet this star looked recently placed, not half buried under older refuse. The surface dust was minimal, as if it had landed there not long ago. I slid the broken ornament into my jacket pocket, deciding to check the rest of the path. The scratches in the ground continued on the other side of the pallet. The moonlight peeked through the clouds, offering a bit more illumination, but it didn't help much. The flashlight beam still felt small against the wide darkness. I pressed forward, calling out again, "Anyone out here? Show yourself." Only silence answered me. The path led to a large clearing near the back of the site. Old fences and temporary barricades formed a rough boundary. The ground here was uneven, with bits of crushed asphalt and exposed rebar. I treaded carefully, scanning each pile. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like a single footstep on ice, followed by a dragging noise. The sound came from just beyond a stack of old lumber. My heart hammered. I shouted, "Police, stay where you are." No response. I gripped my flashlight tighter and stepped around the lumber stack. My boots slipped a bit on icy gravel. I recovered my balance, shining the beam into the open space. No one stood there. The area was empty except for a rusted metal drum and a half-collapsed cardboard box. My mind raced. The sound had been too clear to ignore. I glanced around, checking for any sign of fresh movement or footprints in the thin snow. I saw faint streaks that might have been part of those same scratch marks. They curved away toward another mound of trash, then vanished. I felt the tension in my shoulders grow. The wind bit at my ears, and I tightened my collar. I tried my radio again, but only got static. I decided to do a quick perimeter sweep and then return to the car if I didn't see anything conclusive. I reasoned that it could be an animal, maybe a large raccoon or coyote. But the shape of those marks nagged at me. I circled around the far edge of the landfill. The ground sloped downward, leading to an open area of mostly empty space. My flashlight caught glimpses of old pipes and bits of rebar sticking out of the ground like broken bones. I walked for another minute, calling out intermittently. At one point, I thought I saw a silhouette near a large metal bin. I raised my flashlight, but it was just a torn sheet of plastic flapping in the wind. Eventually, I looped back toward the entrance, feeling a mix of relief and frustration. I hadn't found anyone, no intruder to question, no official reason for the motion sensor alarm. Yet, my nerves were on edge. I reached my patrol car and leaned against the door, catching my breath. The sky was still overcast, and a light dusting of snow began to fall. The car's headlights illuminated the chain-link fence and a portion of the ground. I scanned the perimeter one last time with the flashlight. My plan was to file a minimal report. Maybe the system detected a stray animal. The caretaker or site manager could handle follow-up if they found property damage. I opened the car door, letting some warmth from the heater spill out. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw movement back near the first large mound of debris. I froze, half in and half out of the car. It looked like a shifting shadow, maybe the size of a person, but it moved low to the ground. My heart jumped. I aimed the flashlight again, but it was too far. I could only see the soft swaying of some torn plastic or cloth. The shape was gone. I stood there for a few moments, deciding whether to investigate again. My gut told me I had already covered most of the area. If someone was there, they were doing a good job staying out of sight. My radio had limited range. The cold stung my skin. I got in the car and slammed the door, locking it. I flicked on the overhead spotlight, sweeping it across the piles. Nothing stirred. My fingers felt stiff on the steering wheel. I pulled the broken star ornament from my pocket, glanced at it under the dome light. The cracked plastic edges glistened with a thin layer of frost. I wondered if it meant anything or if it was random junk. I placed it on the passenger seat. Then I started the engine. The tires crunched on the gravel as I reversed, shining my headlights over the site. The empty landscape gave no answers. I saw only uneven piles and swirling snow. I turned around and drove out through the open gate, relieved to leave that place behind. At the station, I wrote my report. I noted the open gate, the odd marks in the ground, the broken ornament, and the faint noises. I concluded there was no immediate sign of trespassing or vandalism. An incomplete signal from the motion sensor could happen in cold weather. Maybe the caretaker would find more clues in daylight. My official account felt unsatisfying, like I was missing pieces of a puzzle. No suspect, no footprints, no real damage. For the next week, I checked the logs to see if anyone else reported odd activity at that landfill. Nothing came up, no new alarms, no sightings. I occasionally thought about those scratch marks and that half-buried star. It lingered in my mind, mostly at night. I pictured the shape I glimpsed near that mound, the dragging sound that vanished when I approached. I wanted a logical explanation, an animal or a chunk of debris sliding on ice, but it stayed unclear. Even now, I remember the hush that settled over that field of waste, the sense that someone or something moved just beyond my flashlight beam. I remember how my lungs felt tight from the cold and how my pulse hammered whenever I heard a crunch or scrape. I never found solid evidence. I have only that memory. Me, alone in a silent landfill, chasing after faint sounds, picking up a broken Christmas star from the snow. That's all there is to say. No suspect, no final answer, just a lingering tension that still makes me uneasy when I recall the dim shapes shifting in the darkness. Remember that December night clearly. My shift had just started, and I was driving along a remote road when I came upon an old wooden bridge. The radio was mostly static, but I managed to catch bits of a weather report warning of dropping temperatures. The area felt abandoned. Trees stood bare on either side, and the sky held only a few weak stars. My headlights lit up the loose planks of the bridge as I drove slowly across. A sign near the entrance read something about weight limits, but it was faded and hard to read. The boards groaned under the tires, making a steady thump-thump sound. Partway across, I heard a different noise. It was a dull thump from beneath, echoing through the beams. I stopped the car, turned off the engine, and listened. The wind carried faint creaks, but I couldn't pinpoint where the sound came from. My chest tightened. I rolled down the window slightly. The cold air hit my face, and I listened again for anything unusual. At first there was silence, aside from the river's slow current below. Then I heard another thump, more distant this time. It was enough for me to grab my flashlight and step out, leaving the car lights on. I got out carefully, the cold biting at my cheeks. The boards under my boots felt damp. The bridge was narrow, with a makeshift guardrail that looked like it could give way if pushed. Below, I saw a partially frozen river, dark in some spots, glazed with ice in others. Small chunks of ice drifted near the center. I leaned over the side, shining my flashlight between the beams. No sign of anyone. The water moved steadily. The temperature had dropped enough to form a thin layer of ice near the banks, but the center flowed gently. I called out, "Police! Anybody down there?" My voice echoed off the wooden supports. I waited. Nothing returned. I stepped to the other side, leaned out again, and scanned the area. Nothing but a few patches of ice along the shore. The moonlight was weak, but I tried to see beyond my flashlight's beam. All I got was darkness and the faint reflection of my patrol car's headlights on the water. I decided to walk along the length of the bridge, checking for any sign of a person or animal. My boots made a hollow sound with each step. The boards looked worn, some cracked along the edges. Halfway across, I noticed something fluttering from the railing, a thin red ribbon. It wasn't large, more like a narrow strip of fabric tied in a simple knot. It moved slightly, even though the wind felt still. I reached out and touched it. The material was cold to the touch. I felt a small jolt of unease, but it made no sense to me why a piece of ribbon would be there. I crouched to see if there was anything else on the boards, footprints, drops of blood, or any sign of a struggle. I found nothing. The wood was frosty, making it slippery under my boots. I gave one more look over the edge, shining my light down. The underside of the bridge was mostly shadow. I could see the center beams meeting at angles. Everything looked still. I tried whistling, thinking if there was an animal or someone hurt they might react. No response. I stood there for a moment, listening to my own breathing. The air felt heavier. I turned back to my car, deciding there was no immediate threat or person to rescue. My mind stayed on the idea that I might have heard ice cracking, or maybe a piece of driftwood hitting a support beam. That could explain the thumps. I told myself it was nothing unusual. Before I could reach the driver's door, I heard a soft thud again, coming from underneath the far side of the bridge. I froze, heart rate kicking up. My flashlight beam shook slightly in my hand. I walked around to the passenger side, leaning out over the guardrail. "Police," I called again, louder this time. "If you need help, speak up." Only silence, except for the faint sound of water moving below. I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise. Something wasn't right. I made up my mind to climb down the bank and check under the bridge. The slope was covered in patches of ice, so I moved slowly, keeping one hand on the wooden supports. The ground near the edge of the water was uneven. The flashlight caught glimpses of frozen mud and a few stones. I saw no footprints in the thin frost, which made me question where that sound had come from. The underside of the bridge loomed above, a patchwork of beams. I stepped carefully on icy rocks, peering into the darkness. I found nothing but more frost, some driftwood, and a few branches stuck in the shallows. The water near the bank was partially frozen, but I didn't see any sign of a person or an animal. I checked the beams overhead. Nothing hung from them, and there was no place for someone to hide except behind the thickest supports. I aimed my flashlight at each one. Still nothing. The cold started to sting my fingertips, so I tucked my free hand into my coat pocket. Another minute of searching turned up no clues. I heard a distant cracking sound on the river. It was probably a piece of ice shifting under the current. My breath felt tight. I returned to the slope, climbing carefully. The boards of the bridge reappeared above me, illuminated by my car's headlights. As I got close, I noticed the red ribbon again, now fluttering more vigorously, as if a breeze had picked up. I frowned because the air down by the water had seemed still. I reached the top, stepping back onto the bridge. The boards creaked under my weight. My eyes swept the surroundings again. Trees on each side were skeletal in the winter cold. No houses, no lights in the distance. Just the reflection of my headlights on the wet boards and that single piece of ribbon. I walked back to it, feeling more uneasy by the second. I considered taking it as evidence, but there was no actual crime scene. I decided to do it anyway, in case we got a missing person report. The knot came loose easily. The fabric felt smooth, like a piece of satin. I tucked it into my pocket. The sense of being watched grew stronger, though I saw nothing. My pulse pounded. I picked up my pace and got back into the driver's seat, locking the door. My side window gave me a clear view of the empty road ahead. The engine rumbled as I turned the key, and a wave of relief came over me with the warm air from the heater. I quickly checked my rearview mirror out of habit. For a split second, I thought I saw a shape leaning over the bridge railing near where the ribbon had been. I jerked around in my seat, shining the beam from my flashlight out the back window. There was no one, just the wooden rail and my headlights casting odd shadows. I felt a tightness in my stomach. I wasn't used to spooking myself like that. I put the car in gear and drove across the remaining half of the bridge. As I reached solid road on the other side, the boards thumped under the wheels, echoing again. My radio crackled to life with a bit of static, so I took the chance to let dispatch know I was clear. I said I checked out a suspicious sound, but found nothing to report. They acknowledged, and I continued driving. A few miles later, I stopped on the shoulder to finalize a quick note in my log. I pulled the red ribbon from my pocket. It looked ordinary, about 15 centimeters long, with a small crease from where it had been tied. I felt silly for taking it, but I also didn't want to leave it behind. I added a short description in my notes. Found red ribbon on bridge railing. No sign of occupant or suspect. Might be nothing. The rest of my shift was uneventful. I carried on with standard patrol duties, checking the occasional car by the roadside and responding to a minor traffic complaint. Later, while fueling up at the station, I replayed the incident in my mind. I kept searching for a rational explanation for the thumps and that flicker of movement I thought I saw. A loose board under the water, a piece of debris hitting the supports, or a gust of wind that I didn't feel. Still, the memory left me unsettled. I filed my standard report, no criminal activity found, concluded my shift, and drove home near dawn. I told no one else about the strange detail of the ribbon fluttering in still air or the silhouette I thought I spotted in the mirror. I placed the ribbon in a small evidence envelope in my trunk, though I never filed it formally. Over the next few days, nobody came forward with a missing persons case, and I heard of no accidents on that bridge. Weeks later, I sometimes thought back to that moment under the boards, how quiet it was, except for the dull thumps and the water's slow movement. The brief glimpse in my mirror still nudged at me. But since there was no victim, no disturbance, and no official complaint, I had no reason to return. The wooden bridge remained there, presumably as empty as before. I did drive that route once or twice for unrelated calls, but I avoided stopping at the bridge. I saw no new ribbons and heard no more thumps. That's everything I can say. The memory stands out as one of those late-night patrol calls that leaves you with unease rather than answers. I remember the cold, the creaking boards, the dull echo from under the planks, and the momentary flicker of a shape near the railing. I collected a single piece of red ribbon and that's all I have to show for the night. No footprints, no suspect, no official reason to file a deeper report, just an unsettling experience on an old wooden bridge over a partially frozen river.